But I read to you guys, and that should help you guys sleep, and so Fiercey should like that, but I guess Fiercey doesn't want to sleep. She just wants to abuse. Can't read. How do you expect the children to learn to read if they can't even fit in the building? Credit card. Yeah, the original Alone in the Dark had a voice recording for like everything, which is kind of crazy. Big cat. If you ever want to, like, not feel your legs, you just get a 20-pound cat. And within, like, 10 to 20 minutes, you can't feel your legs anymore. They're just, like, gone. Hey, I didn't... Oh, there it goes. That was delayed. It was delayed. Bot still did it. That's what counts. I can see the carrot. I can't tell. I can't tell how well you can see her. You want to say hi? You got the mic in front of you. You want to say hi? No? You're just gonna headbutt the mic? Kitty. Sushi. You can see her face, right? I think so. Hello. What? Hello? What is it? What is it? What are you trying to say? Yeah? What is it? Yeah. Merp. She did it more than twice. Like 8 times. I don't know how well it goes through the mic, though. Hey. Anything else, Sarah? No? Don't send me to Ocean. Yeah, Kitty doesn't want to go to Ocean Base. Ocean Base is not a very nice place. Oh, Boo is loud. It's weird the way she talks too. It's like some kind of scream or something. Well, Sarah's more of a chirper. Herb. Hey, Wicked.
Thanks, sweetie.
Biddies for the titties, biddies for the titties, for the titties, biddies 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 for the titties, f.
I don't even know what chapter this is. Like, I didn't see a chapter 4 ever pop up. I'm assuming I'm in 4 or 5, but I never saw chapter 4 pop up. Yeah, he did it first, but I don't know. You know? What even is this thing, and why did I put it here? Honestly, I'm not really sure what this was. I kind of forgot. Oh, it's for controlling people, I guess. Doesn't mean I have any idea what to do. Click. Click. I could use it as a throwing weapon. Probably didn't miss as much as you think, because I've been... How do I... Well, we had the 3 hours of stuckness at the beginning yesterday. I actually don't know what to do right now. I guess I'll check back up here, make sure there's nothing here. I don't think there's anything up here anymore. Just win! Just win. How to win. Oh, the battery thing is up here, but I don't have a battery, so yeah. Or something to charge, really. It's shaking a lot here, though. Puzzles. Puzzle. Kitty? I don't know what this is. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Duplication station. Must exist in spare parts database. But I think I've tried everything here. Abuse. Never-ending abuse. Corpse. You want your arm back? What is... Did I? Oh, I can't get... Wait, what is this? Can I get over here? I don't think I can. Because I think... Unless we can go down. Can we go down here? No. No, we gotta get there somewhere else. Some other way. Yeah. Pretend to be a doctor without a degree. I mean... You can try, I guess. I don't know how well it'll go. Would you like a hand? Or that thing? Or this thing? Or this thing? Or this thing? Or this thing? Oh. No. Mr. Bear. Meow. Okay, we gotta unstuck this guy somehow. Ferran. Poor Ferran. Mr. Yamada. Doki. $10 for a roll of sushi. Inflation. I don't even know what this thing is that I put that thing on. Biotech service station. So repairing stuff, but like, what else does it want? $10 beer and barbecue. I like barbecue. So it's going left. I don't know what that is. Blood and guts may have something to do with the malfunction. Really? Really? Plot twist? It's pretty good so far. The only thing that makes any sense is that I missed an item. But I think I have to stop it from spinning. It's doing that on its own. statue. No, this guy. And the sacrifice. But there's nothing to do here. Collectible. I mean, the inflation's real, it's just also fake. The inflation affects people, but it's unnecessary inflation. It's inflation based on the excuse of inflation. They're just raising prices to whatever they can get away with. What is global warming? No. I don't think so. I think there's definitely some kind of warming. I think that's pretty obvious. I mean, it's not as simple as just warming, but it's a circle and that's a circle. Tried all this, but maybe this thing needs meat. I don't think so, though. I don't think that's actually meat anyway. It's a synthetic arm. What have I missed? can't go over down here because we can't get through this door. Just hit it. Terminal. A shovel. Huh? Shovel's too soft? Oh. These little robots or something. Um, 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 I don't know. Bug. Bug. Okay. Flower. Pot. I think this is that second researcher that one of the logs was talking about. Some chambers, maybe. Who are these people then? What the hell? Yeah, Miss Chambers. What is a cat? Eesh. Temple. You're on. Ooh. Like, there's not much left to look at here. Is one of them gonna die? I don't know. It wouldn't I mean, it's... I wouldn't put it past all of them dying. Potentially. With this series. Like, I don't even know what happened to the main character in Kane at the end. It's kind of up in the air, but... I think. I don't think she survived, but... maybe she did. Remember Stasis? Not even... mechanism failure.
Nothing dies down here.
Nothing. See, this has to be what I need to use on something, but there's not much to... like, it can pry something open, or... I don't know. What can I pry open with it, though? And I don't really know how to activate this thing. I, like, put this thing down on here, and... not that Kane. Kane is the company. C-A-Y-N-E. Yeah, Kane's the company. The bad company. Or the company everyone works for and also worships and is also in debt to. Basically, it's what happens if Bezos takes over the world. He'll put everybody in debt, and he'll make himself out to be a god and try to get everyone to worship him. And then... stuff like healthcare will essentially be debt to the company that you have to repay in the future. Or for the rest of your life or whatever. Oh man. Okay, that was after I combined the thingy. Doors. Biotech components, which I put on the table. Candyman? From the movie? I don't remember Lilith being in the Candyman movie. Or Tony Todd. My brain is still melted. This game has melted my brain. Was there a character? Maybe one of the people was named Lilith in Candyman. I don't know. It's been a while since I saw that movie. These weird trading cards here. Bees. When the bees go extinct, so do we. And the bees are gonna go extinct. Or at least get greatly diminished. I mean, I guess butterflies could work too, but they'll probably die out too. Hmm. A key. Yes, probably is a key, but I probably have to get in here. Ooh, look at these. Cave, the mind worm, living with a vampire, time loop troubles, my cousin from the other side, and Nuki. Nuki? Is it like the cute nuclear weapon? Or is it like a cute nuclear powered robot or something? I need a clue. Snooky. Does that person still exist? I don't know. Herb. Foggy. And... you sure there's no way down here? I don't see one. Yeah. I want to see what that is, but I can't. Because we can't open this door. What can I do? Still good stuff in here, but anything left will be much tougher to extract. Do I need to extract something? If I want to extract something, how would I do it? And we still have this. I don't know if there's somewhere to play it, but I do have it. That cookie down. Aaron Feinstein Skullwalker. Mr. Bear, how are you doing? marked there. So I thought I had it when I made that separator thing, because I thought, but now I just don't know. I feel like I've clicked on everything. It's a dining room, yeah. Could be. This is one little spot, and I've tried everything on it. I mean, it's got to be this guy who has to do something next. Because I think she's just got to get through that door, but I think the stem or whatever it's called is over here somewhere. So they call the body that is keeping the Newman or whatever alive a stem. It's like a partial body with like, just does breathing and stuff, you know? And heartbeat. It's basically like organically made machines that keep people alive. Apparently we need another one of these. I really don't know. Dude, I've clicked on that so many times. This is the second time that happened. I swear. Haven't I clicked on that a bunch? I don't know. I wonder what makes it screw up like that. The bone... I wonder if it's the frame rate. Do you think 200 FPS has an impact on this game? I wouldn't think so, but maybe. Concealing trillions of processors inside. But a stem is often develops a personality, and more often not, it's not pleasant. Personality? Not a personality. Let's try weird stuff. No? Okay. Now I can go back to you. God. I tried clicking on... I know I clicked on that. Not only today, but just in general, like a bunch... But that's why I kept, like, because of what happened before, that's why I kept clicking on it. Or I kept trying again.
Mature stem locked in position.
Okay. Now what? Let's see. Do you want a, would you like a hand? No. How about, that? No. That? No. That? No. That? No. Okay. Maybe I can just push it. No, you need something. Question is what? Something's got to go over here, like the replacement. So even though I got into that... That didn't actually solve the problem. Grandmaster. I could just keep clicking on things, though. It's always an option. So I got that out. There's nothing else in here. X329XXX not found. What does that mean? Does that mean something? I don't know. Yeah, I need another... We're trying to get another stem. We need to replace... Now, this might have changed something. just pulling that out. I'm not really sure. I doubt it, but... Or wouldn't he be... I don't think... I guess it doesn't kill him. Or maybe he's still in the stem. I don't know how this works. Even though the stem's not... Just when you think you've done something, you've done nothing. It's all nothing. I mean, it's possible there's more picky inputs. I mean, I'm just clicking around, though. I don't think that's what I need to put there anyway, so that's a problem. What am I doing? I turned them back off because the hints don't do anything. The hints for... I mean, they might do something, but... They didn't help with the last problem because the last problem was just clicking on something. I mean, they could be pre-renders. I'm not really sure, but yeah. But I mean, obviously they're way better looking. Here, I thought I'd made I mean, I sort of made progress. I got one thing I need, but I still don't... don't quite understand, you know? You can. There's a whole bunch of deaths. I've had like 5 or so. You get, like, every death has its own achievement, too. It's like it encourages you to find them and die. Not that I've tried to die. I think the battery is probably the... big missing factor. Bear dies? I don't know if Bear dies. But I also think there's more than one ending, which probably means it's possible, but it might be... a bone meal. Bone meal? Everybody needs a bone meal. Right? Hey, Jim. I have to go to the guide? What am I not doing? I've clicked on these things so many times. You can't type on here. It just says scan an object, but I've tried everything I have. Still good stuff. Tougher to extract. Metal's slightly brittle, so it might not be the best choice for more strenuous tasks, but it will cut. Well, the machine analyzed rock, guessing to find somewhere to read the data. We already did that, I guess. Key? Key to what? Chapter. Open door, please. There's nothing I need to pry open, or, well, there's things I need to open, but it, like, this can pry something open. This can cut something. Do I need to cut something here? Do I need to like cut that apart? If I do, it's not working this way. I mean, I've tried all this. I know that much. Stopping the pod from descending further, however, in the process, extreme friction has damaged part of the brake, seizing it up. Okay. Just in case. What if there actually is an FPS problem? What if there is? Well, that didn't work. $60. Oh, that's vertical sync. Never mind. Let's just try this. 120? I don't need 200 FPS, I guess. Do I? I might. You never know. Clamp, damage door. What the hell? Maybe I look. Alright, let's look. What the hell? Why am I getting stuck? Why? Why don't I... I wonder if the frame rate stopped him from exiting this thing? It's so weird. Like, he was supposed to be able to exit. I don't know if 200 FPS screwed that up somehow. There we go. This has been the problem, though.
There is trash here. I do not like trash.
The recycling center for the mule. A laughable attempt to destroy what cannot be destroyed.
Faran, I am glad you are still with us. I am glad we are still friends.
Where else could I be? This place is my tomb now. I will not be here long, at any count.
What do you mean?
The mule above you has lost all power now. My life support systems will soon use up their emergency fuel. When that happens,
Faran,
No,
it doesn't
Faran.
matter. I do not wish for survival any longer. I only want release. But before that happens, I will try to see this story through with you. Let us keep going, my friend.
Faran is... I mean, Faran's just a brain.
You are in recycling and reclamation plant.
Electricity. Incinerator. Oh. Well. Yes. How much do we need is the question.
metal, scrap, all pieces and parts of other things. All wasted.
Everything is wasted here, including me.
No, Faran. I could have not gotten this far without you. You are important.
I do not believe that. But I want to.
Mr. Bear. Smart Bear. Christian C. Battagelo. General per your contract, your transplants will not be covered by our insurance. Waste disposal work necessitates exposure to harmful chemicals. Your contract will cover a complete skin and organ transplant when skin damage is at or above 85%. Your current level is assessed at 72%, which is well below the level that would make you incapable of performing your duties aboard Deep Sea 15. Kane blesses you and we hope you have a wonderful day. Almost there, only 13% to go. Provided you follow our medication regimen, your hands should not lose any function following your mishap with the survey drone cesium reactor. There will be some scarring and probably nerve damage. Still, we trust the prescribed medication will keep the side effects of the acute radiation sickness at bay. Regarding your inquiry during your visit, your skin damage has reached 83%. We wish you a speedy recovery. Doctors, no Christian, I recommend that you seek psychological counseling. Faulty gloves would be one thing, but performing these repairs without any protective equipment is the kind of mistake I would expect from a rookie, not someone who's been working in waste disposal for as long as you have. I don't know what's happening, but for you to continue working like this would be dangerous and irresponsible. Stop taking unnecessary risks and get help. Yeah. I mean, this company runs everything. I have recalled our sample collection rovers for maintenance. The cameras are clogged with bioluminescence. Due to the overuse of infrequent cleaning, due to overuse and infrequent cleaning, I will be having a long talk with some of our pilots about proper rover usage. I know about the drone races. I've seen people coming and going from the control room in groups far too large for routine sample collection runs. I was approached by Internal Affairs about it today. To make a long story short, they should be off your back soon. I hope you realize the danger I'm putting myself in by getting involved. If Internal Affairs finds out I lied to them, my ass goes on the chopping block. Don't mistake this for an endorsement of your activities. On the contrary, these sample collectors are crucial to our research here. If you're going to continue with the races, you need to promise me that you will be more careful. If we lose even one, it will be a disaster for us. I need this job and I need insurance. Why am I finding dog crap all over the place? At least, I hope it's dog crap because I'd rather not deal with the alternative. A few more heat and chemical exposures and then it's a fresh start. 3 drones, Robert. These 3 flippin' drones, you son of a bitch. I turned a blind eye to your misuse of the sample collectors because I thought it would improve morale, but this is unacceptable, so the drone races are done. I've managed to cobble together 1 UAV, and it still needs its stem to be flashed and another propeller. I tell you to be careful with my drones, and this is what you do. Corporate will hear about this in my conference call with them next week. Mule staff, this morning a blockage was reported in the incinerator. Mrs. Battaglio volunteered to climb in and investigate the jam herself without prompting. She crawled into the incinerator and cleared it. Backed up heat from previous incineration attempts engulfed her, burning through her suit. Miss Battaglio was extracted from the blast chamber and immediately sent DS-15 side for evacuation and treatment. Wait. She survived an incinerator? Or did she?
You will find what you need here.
Ooh.
A boat. Moses has found a boat.
Moses found a boat.
Good job, Bear. It's the rover.
The Kalan?
The Kalan.
Get a closer look. Let's see what we've got to work with.
Smart bear.
You are in UAV maintenance.
Smart bear. Let's go, smart bear. Whoa.
Charlie, this seems wrong.
Wrong's an understatement. It's a fucking wreck. Look at it.
This is... I am sorry. I had hoped it would be in better condition. I have failed you.
It's not your fault, Farron. You couldn't know.
Either way, now our exit strategy's back to square one.
There might be something useful here, right?
We need another way out.
How come we can't just teleport like we do with our items? I still don't really know how our items teleport, but... Periodic table. Okay. PDA. More reading. Robert Lasmawasp Fallis Aqua Robotics. Robotics does not pay nearly enough to cover my debt, let alone any extramural activities. My techie noggin patches are also stretching my budget. Corporate shut down my burgeoning hollow dancer business. And I lost a stack of crypto and hard currency in the bucket of mud fiasco. Huh? In short, I need to make a few quick bucks, but how? The answer was right in front of me. Drones, simple sample collectors, and repair bots. Hook up a VR headset, plot a track, and take a toaster out for an underwater spin at 100 miles per hour. Let the betting begin. Who would have thought that a baseload of bored workers would be itching to gamble away their wages and cigarette change? I did. This guy over here is making bank. The old DS-15 cook came through and gave me a security codes for the entire mule surveillance system. I've integrated them into my visual cortex. Now I can see every camera feed on the mule without blinking. That's weird thing to do. It took an hour to lure 2 scrubber bastards into a sample collection basket. The plan is for these techno-lobsters to max out the speed of my racing drones. Their small bio battery is way more efficient than the 21st century sodium shit I've been using. I've got to be careful, though. Seems the drones can't hold more than 200 volts. I will need a few hundred electric varmints, so I remove the breedlock protocol and put on some classic jazz. Now the horny critters are multiplying like rabbits in my fish tank. I'm going to need a bigger tank. I've juiced my neural pathways again with the latest V811.1 patch. The pimping brain power I possess is frankly ridiculous. I've also partitioned my drone racing and extracurricular activity memory so they can't peer into my mind again. Sure, that was part of the deal. Kane upgrades your brain and gets access to your thoughts in return. Yeah, thanks, but no thanks. We had a spectacular crash last night. I powered up my sample collector with 2 pissed off scrubbers. The collector was about 500 meters from the finish line. Traveling at Mach 2, it became unresponsive and scrambled into the dig site entrance, ripping open the blister. Let's pray the scrubbers didn't survive. I wouldn't want them out there fornicating with the wildlife. This guy, the cause of all the problems with his racing? The investigation by Christian C. Battagallo into the misuse of company equipment by Robert Follis, as requested by Bruno Correa, has been inconclusive. Follis' behavior during the past few days has been unremarkable. Everyone interviewed denied any potential wrongdoing by Follis or any other crew while piloting the ERV and AUV sample collectors. We will remain vigilant, but tentatively close this investigation to be reopened if more evidence of the misconduct comes to light. I definitely dodged a bullet there. Fortunately, Correa is crazier than an outhouse rat. He consistently mutters about almond-eyed aliens, peppering his conspiracy theories with construction terms. How he made it this far in his career is beyond me. Boocat. Matt, are you trying to get me court-martialed? The Eye of Sauron is already trained on me, and now you've lost a sample collector on my watch? I'll find the old UAV and match the serials. I have a new stem on ice, which should fool the auditors for now. Rabuko. So those scrubbers did survive the unfortunate drone crash. What a shit show. At first I thought that's why the lockdown was initiated. Then one of the UAV drones left dry dock, but here's the kicker. I didn't authorize it. The order came from goddamn DS-15. Luckily, a quick hack was all it took to down the bugger. It was loaded with seismic charges. Turns out I was wrong. Bigger shit hit the proverbial fan simultaneously. Not sure which scenario is worse. Lord of the Rings, yeah. Matt, I managed to decode the lockdown team's comms. They're going to blow the DS-15, the mule elevator, and goodness knows what else. Corporate is going to leave us here to rot. I've jammed their local channels, but the bell is already heading up. I entered a manual override to return the bell 15 minutes after the SEC team reaches the platform above. I hope they don't notice. We have an 82-minute window to cut the resource tether. After that, it should drop the deep sea connection and cut the self-destruct. No kill signal means no big explosion, but first I need to get us some diving suits. We are riding out this apocalypse. Get going, brother. So he stopped, I guess, the thing from exploding earlier, but then we exploded it anyway. Kind of. When we reset the system or something. Do, 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 do. Smart bear.
Charlie Mac, Moses can fit inside.
Yeah, Mose. It's missing a propeller, though.
Then it will not swim.
Oh.
Not like that.
It won't swim. Old. It looks like a flower. Good bear. Good bear. I don't know, maybe. I rip it in half, and then we have 2 propellers. No? Okay. Go. Could I combine the propeller with anything? I don't really think so. Propeller hand. No. Propeller vice. Or not vice, or whatever that is. Propeller. Maybe this can get turned into a propeller somehow. I'm not really sure how, but... either that, or maybe we can get a second propeller from this thing. Aha!
Moses,
My Charlie.
we're going to need some things.
.53 carbon, 1825 titanium. What the hell are you made out of? Well, that thing can replicate stuff. And we need another propeller, so...
2 problems to solve.
Yeah. Need a second propeller. And the tube's blocked.
Tube?
Wait, look! There's a stem on this thing, probably to automate it. Moses, find it.
My Charlie.
My Charlie.
Moses, you found the stem!
I am a very smart bear now.
Smart bear.
How's he gonna get to it, though?
A valid question.
Smart bear will get to it. With this thing. Smart bear.
I have the stem.
Good job, sweetheart. We need that to help Caliban.
Assuming that's a good idea.
The rover is no longer automated. You now must manually pilot it. Is that something you can do, my
He's a
friend?
smart bear.
He can do anything. Can't you, Mose?
I am a very smart bear now.
Smart bear. Good old smart bear.
Juvenile stem locked in position.
Great. More
Yeah.
science stuff.
Smart Mac.
Don't jinx it.
Depot. 12 asterisk A. Lots of buttons. One, 4, 7. 10. Smart bear. I go this way. Where to find titanium and carbon? 329 and then XXX. Okay. So the question is, what are you two numbers? Whoops. What are you two numbers? You know what? I think I know where... Okay, 329... I kind of think I know where they might be. That silly card or whatever. Maybe. So 329. Maybe not. Actually, wait. Huh? The 12 and the lightning, and then, but this is a... This is the last... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But see... We already know the first three, but... Oh wait, they are different. But why? Maybe. 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 Was 329 right? Longer than Surge. I mean... There's been some mishaps, I guess. Was 329 right? Let's see. Wait. 6, 7, 8. 2. 6. 6. 5. 32965.
stem memory copied.
How about that?
Smartest, Mac.
You have performed adequately.
Whoa!
Remove me from this device.
That's the thing from Starship Troopers. I guess.
You sound better.
But
How do
smaller.
you feel?
The Starship Trooper brain?
To the female.
Kinda.
Just like that, huh? No thank you? No.
Return me to the female.
When is someone going to tell me what's going on?
Please, Mac, I'll explain. I promise.
Return him.
So, you'll open the door now?
Integrate me into your closet.
Uh-oh.
Wait, why?
A sign of trust. We will be bonded. Inseparable. You should be honored.
Uh-oh.
What does that mean?
It wants me to... It wants me to incorporate it into my plug suit. It wants to attach itself to me.
Charlie, your plug suit is bonded to your nervous system. That basically means it's attaching itself to you.
He's correct. You will inherit a direct link to Caliban's cognitive and personality systems. But there are drawbacks.
Oh, really?
I know.
There's
A
drawbacks.
physical stem bond will require a surgical procedure to remove.
I know!
No alternatives exist. I require a physical bond. Integrate me.
Well, you seem friendly
Charlie,
enough.
no. Don't do this.
I have to.
Why? What is this all about?
Yeah, what is this? What is
We
happening?
can have her back.
Yeah, I knew it was about
Mac.
that. Okay.
Her who?
Hope.
Hope! We can have Hope back.
How?
Hope. Hope is gone, Charlie.
That was the deal I made with Yellowleaf. Come here, find Caliban, bring it out, and we get her back.
A clone. Is that what we're talking about?
They have everything they need. DNA and genetic sequences from the day she died, which gives them the algorithms they need to reproduce the neuron patterns of her memories and personality, and...
It won't be her, Charlie. It will be a copy.
I could see Hope again.
No, Bear. You can't. None of us can.
I told you. You were too far past it. You've moved on too much.
I've moved on?
Hope.
But you'll see. When you hear her too, you'll see. You'll understand.
He's kind of right, though. It's not the
Hear.
same person.
What is that?
Cease the bickering. The decision is made. No alternatives exist. I am Newman.
Newman?
I'm not talking to you. Charlie.
Integrate me.
Charlie, don't.
I have to. I have to.
I mean, does she have to? Does she? Out of here and beyond is probably is the only way out. Okay. Hey, buddy. Is he gonna bring the mail? Because he's Newman. No, they've had a weird day.
Resource Intelligence, Caliban, Incorporated. Full access to suit systems granted.
Oh, Kane.
We are joined. You are honored.
Ooh, on.
Do you get the ramifications of this? There are only 9 Newmen, Charlie. 9 AIs.
Now,
To integrate with one, members of the church sacrifice themselves to do it. They give up everything. Willingly. They're the most important assets the corporation has. Every member of it will want us dead now.
Yeah, screw the corporation.
They'll come for us, no matter where we go, no matter what deals you've made.
It doesn't matter.
It could not matter more. Yellow Leaf wants to use this AI to destroy Kane.
Do we like Kane?
I possess trillions of lines of code, of secrets. My betrayal will not go
Why does he care about Kane so much? I guess everybody worships Kane.
You have just self-destructed our entire...
Okay, we're recording.
Who the hell's that?
How are you feeling today?
Oh?
You can talk to me, it's okay. You're safe.
Oh?
Can you tell me how you're feeling?
Okay.
Oh?
Just okay.
Walter White. Might be.
Okay.
No.
Alright. Well, okay isn't bad. It could be worse, couldn't it?
Okay.
I'm scared.
Stop it.
I'm sure you are, sweetheart, but you're safe here. Nothing can hurt you. Can you tell me your name?
Don't.
Try and remember your...
Hope.
That's wonderful. That's very good. Yes, your name...
Stop this!
You know, they never said whether they actually saw her die, or her body, or anything.
Damn you.
Damn you all to hell.
They sent me this recording. Proof of life. She's waiting, Mac. She's real.
Hope is alive.
Wait, is it a clone, or is it the
If
real
you would
one?
just listen to the entire...
No. Never play that again.
Mac.
Never. Hope.
You waste time with these trivialities. We must leave this place.
Came damned right.
Why did the AI decide it didn't like Kane anymore? I assume the Kane created them. Open door. We need the other propeller. For Mr. Bear. Stone disc.
What in...
The hell is this?
A calendar of sorts. Designed to set the date of sacrifice. Align with the stars.
Oh.
Rudimentary technology. Primitive belief system.
Oh. I like how there's just this little dude with a TV on his head in the middle. TV dude is sus. It's like, how did the Mayans or whatever know about TV? Or robots?
Oh my... Mac.
Mayan Among Us.
Look at this.
Is that... Are those drawn on?
Skin. Yeah. They're tattoos.
Pretty.
Pretty.
As usual. Missing the point, Bear.
They're like... hieroglyphs. Stories in images.
Primitive culture. The translation was simplistic.
What does it mean?
Eastern Pacific region. 2000 BC. Death worshippers. Sacrifice. cannibalism, a primitive culture. They are the Zeeb Hanal.
Are? Yes. I am afraid they are not extinct.
Oh. They're not extinct. What the hell? Oh. Hello?
Another.
The Zeeb Hanal's technological prowess was revered. They mastered the wheel before other pre-Columbian cultures. Master builders, wealthy, powerful, primitive, unremarkable.
Yep, all those things go together. Whoa. What am I doing?
I like this one.
Yeah, Bear. Real neat. Except it's tattooed on flayed skin.
354 BC. The Zeeb Hanal's island chain succumbs to cataclysmic tectonic activity. It sinks below the ocean. It is lost. 91% accuracy prediction.
How can you know that?
My collation operates at an accuracy rating above 82% on average. The calculations are simplistic. I am Caliban. I am Newman.
Whatever it predicts, you can trust. Believe me, its cognitive ability is immeasurable.
This is... how do you say their name?
Zeeb Hanal, a primitive culture.
This is them submerged? But how? How could they survive?
Air pockets within their structures and geographical anomalies, combined with the natural resistances of the society itself. 93% accuracy prediction. Food was scarce, but a new option presented itself in the form of a mutation.
Do I want to know?
They call it the Velis. Prior to the cataclysm, it was a simple carnivorous plant native to the island chain that specialized in the consumption and assimilation of organic matter through a unique protozoan infection model. 89% accuracy prediction.
Are we gonna find the
found in this
booby?
new high-pressure, low-light environment the necessary components for mutation and evolution. Its growth, reproductive, and contaminant metrics all exponentially increased.
The plant-like contaminant we've seen. That's... this? Velis?
98% accuracy prediction. Insects trapped in the sunken island chain responded to exposure with the Velis with significant generational increases in size and mass.
That's their food source down here? Giant insects?
94% accuracy prediction.
I hate this place.
So basically these are ancient humans that fell down here and survived and evolved into something else, I guess.
Each one of these is more horrifying and cryptic than the last.
The Velis flourished in the undersea environment. So did the insect mutations. We have food now, a means of survival. The dotted lines are an anomaly here.
What does that mean?
It means Caliban was never able to conclusively determine the...
I am Caliban. I am Newman. If I am not capable of collating an answer, then no answer is capable of being collated.
Of course. Apologies.
Sensitive little thing, isn't it?
Why is the AI sensitive? I'm doing with all these skulls.
This one, I do not like.
For once we agree.
Important.
Of?
The Ascension. That is their name for it.
A return to the surface. A prophecy. A primitive culture.
You're saying what? They want to go back up? Topside?
98% accuracy prediction.
Their prophecy promises them a return to the surface. There, they will take revenge on the old gods.
Old gods?
They have abandoned them. They have new gods now.
Cthulhu?
What the fuck does that mean?
Language, Mac.
It has not been proven conclusively, but there is evidence.
Religious dogmatic influences. Iconography. Of a sort they should never have been aware of.
Anachronistic religious influence. 68% accuracy prediction.
But how is that possible?
How's any of this possible?
Skulls. I'm sure it's safe down here. Probably. Circles.
Dr. Laidlaw. He was less than useful.
Dr.
No
Laidlaw.
efficiency impact as a result of her loss.
Do you even care that these people are dead? Slaughtered? Do you have any feelings about it at all?
Examine what you have risked here. The lives of what remains of your family. Or what? A simplistic desire to see a cloned version of deceased offspring.
I'd hardly call it simplistic.
Feelings. Feelings are liabilities.
It's not wrong.
Oscillator. Environmental variances. Is it functional? I'm curious. I just wanted to be sure. So I'd figure out what I... PDA. Pandoria Laidlaw. Okay, this is who... Okay. Yeah, we did see a picture of her. What I know about Mr. Callan is what I read in the briefing. He took several decades worth of debt with Kane to build his own rover and devoted the next 5 years to scouring the WoW Sea, World of Warcraft, what the? For a signal. Unsurprisingly, his wife left him during this time. His search led him here. Skullwalker is different from how Dad made him sound. He seems kind, soft, and not a trait I expected in a man who willingly chose to spend 70 years in stasis. He took great interest in my work with Sumerian cuneiform. He seemed genuinely disappointed when I told him how little it has yielded. I assume Father told him about my transplant. He probably thought I would have achieved more. At least he was sweet and encouraging. That was a nice change. Grand staircase descends to a gong at the edge of a seemingly endless chasm. Along the steps lie the withered corpses of those who have gone before, their skin flayed and covered in ancient glyphs. Could this be the lost language of Proto-Mayan? If so, it suggests that some survivors managed to thrive even after the temple sank. The gong would be part of a rudimentary machine, though a vital lever is missing. The machine was used ceremonially, and its power source may have been steam, fire, or perhaps a combination. If I could find answers to these questions, it might bring my father the satisfaction he seeks. I've been sleepwalking more often. This time I awoke at the airlock. I had to have used at least 2 secure doors to get there. I must hurry. Father? My implants won't last long down here. If they deteriorate further, it won't be long before Alta returns. Professor, I appreciate your openness, but you are mistaken. The body transplant was my father's idea. He deemed my accomplishments insufficient for a chamber, so he forced another lifetime upon me to make up the difference. Should I fail to produce results here, he will compel me to undergo the procedure again, regardless of my wishes. So thank you for your compassion, but it would be best if we proceeded on a more professional basis. It's been slow going, but I'm now confident that the repeating logograms indicate some biannual abyssal equinox. Perhaps the Newman may have some insights. Sacrifices were performed on key dates and culminated at these crucial times of the year when the gong would be rung. The imagery suggests the gong would summon something from below. Professor Skullwalker thinks it was their supreme deity, but I believe it is connected to the machinery photographed in Sector 5. He doesn't understand. He tries, but needs to realize who Alta is and what she's trying to do. She speaks to me often now, so my implants are all but useless. When I woke up yesterday, she held a scalpel to my neck. She wants her body back. Oh? I can't stay here any longer. My head feels like it's splitting in half. She won't stop until I'm dead. Please, Aaron, we both have to leave. I know about your condition. You're suffering too. How long has it been since you last slept? I'm begging you, let's leave this terrible place. Callan went to the drill site. He's going to try to dig a way out himself. I wanted to stop him. It's too dangerous with that creature of his roaming outside the base. He gave me that goofy grin and told me it would never hurt him. I'm sure that grin would still be on his face when his pet starts chomping. I cannot go back to the lab. Aaron is scaring me. It's painful to watch a good man lose his mind. He's afraid of the temple, so I'm safe here, at least for now. You will never be safe. You will never be free. I can't stay here much longer. Aaron is calling out for me. One moment he's raging, the next desperate, terrified. He's getting closer. He knows I'm here. Sweet Pandoria, I hated you before I understood what men like your father had done to you. Beat you, leashed you, left you with nothing of your own. That professor is no exception. Your affection for him is just further evidence of your profound trauma. What a sad life you've lived. How long have you waited it to end but lack the strength to do it? I offer you that strength now. Do it before he does. Your faithful friend. Big hammer. Are these people going to be gigantic? Like, I don't know, see a reason that would necessarily happen to people living in a place, but like a lot of creatures underwater get pretty big. Gong. Gong. Gong?
Well, that fits.
Okay. Okay. Cut it. Body on gong.
It looks
Oh,
like
I saw a picture of this.
gong.
Yeah. And whoever they strapped to it had a really bad day.
Seminal culture in place. A sacrificial rituals. A primitive culture. Behind the gong, the temple continues. It is where we must go.
The hammer opens the door, so we have to activate it somehow.
The primitives utilize fire to drive many of their machines.
Didn't I have a light? I guess I don't have a lighter anymore. But I had one. What is this? What are these bagpipes? What the hell? Big hammer. Anything else? What do you have to say about these items? Anything? It keeps making beeping noises when I press buttons. I see all sorts of attachment ports. Apparently this device can be combined with other monitoring equipment. What other monitoring equipment do I have? This monitors something. Or records sound. That's not really monitoring.
Together, these two guys should let you see sound waves, even the tiniest vibrations and sounds. I think I might be a genius.
Ignoring you.
Microphone's been integrated. The oscillator should pick up micro-frequency sounds and clicks. You know what? Go ahead, Edgar. Where am I dealing with sounds? Anywhere? Got a cat begging for food. What else could I possibly do with this? Because I still have access to it. I need titanium and carbon. There's no way that's titanium. Sharp. Launch tube.
Mac, is this useful?
Maybe.
Is this...
Looks like a launch tube for smaller subs. Drones.
Big cat. There's a cat. Launch tube blocked. Oh. We probably need... I don't know. Not that, but... something. What is this picture? Oh, it's a periodic table. This cat just wants food. I don't think she likes this too much, but... Cat only wants food. It's all she ever wants. What is it? What? Electrical balance of plant required. Did we see something that had... Can this play bigger games now? Maybe? Kitty. Have we seen something that even says what number we want? This is probably brute forceable, but... depending on how this works.
The room is working now.
Yep.
Well done, my friend. You make progress in spite of all obstacles.
I did it. I don't know
Perhaps
how.
you will escape this place.
Yes. I will leave soon.
Smart bear. Smart bear. Titanium, please. And carbon, please. Are you carbon? RC is carbon, right? I mean, there is the periodic table. I can go look. Is C carbon? Or is it CD? One of them is carbon. Let us see. I will look. It is C? I mean, I was... Beep, beep.
Searching.
Is for carbon. That's good enough for me. Hey, Luna. We need to do some syncing during the week now. Get Larks in. Then all the dominoes will fall and then everyone will want to play. Everyone. Cross-dress? I don't think cross-dressing's an element.
This is is a jackpot. We can duplicate anything we need, as long as we've got the right materials.
She is for carbon. Did you find anything, machine? I don't know how this machine works.
Searching.
You're still searching? How does this work? How long does it take? I don't know if I'm supposed to wait or not, though. Maybe not. Okay, okay, we'll go back to... Well, actually, I don't even know how to open that thing yet. I'm cold. TI is titanium, isn't it? It's gotta be. Am I wrong?
Retrieve material from tray.
Oh, never mind. There is no T only. At least not here. Fe is iron. This is gallium, I think. This is aluminum. Let's melt these together. Yeah. There's a periodic table on a wall in a different room that I can go to, but I don't think I need... Yeah. Propeller! For Smart Bear. Smart Bear. He's the new Peepo, really. I mean, this guy's basically Peepo. But he can talk. Peepo.
Now it will swim.
It will
You're
swim.
amazing, Mose.
I am the cleverest bear.
Smart Bear. Oh, the launch tube is still blocked. So how does Clever Bear deal with launch tube? Probably not this. But, push button. Launch tube ready? That's it? Okay. I thought I had to do more than that. Smart Bear.
The sub will swim. Moses can keep looking for Charlie Mac.
Yeah.
But what?
I do not like water.
You have said this before. What happened in the water, my friend? What scars did it leave you with?
I was dragged in. Waves. She tried to save me.
I see. You are here, and she is not. You blame yourself for this.
Our AI
In
bear
water,
has
you
survivorship
are
guilt.
powerless.
If that is true, then you have nothing to regret.
Faran?
I am fine, Moses. My life support is declining. I am not sure how much time I have left.
Faran.
Survivor guilt.
You are not alone, my friend.
Basically Fatal Frame 3.
Not yet. We will brave the water together.
Go Bear.
I am a
very small bear now.
I'm sure survival probably happens most if someone who tries to save you dies, which is what happened here. Yeah, but like he's lived because someone else, because the girl, because Hope died, essentially. Even though he's not even, he's like a toy bear. I don't know. AI toy bear. Wee. Meow. Meow. No, he's been talking to us. He's just a brain. He's gonna die soon, though, it sounds like. Farhan is the bear's friend. He was just consoling the bear. A rover?
Charlie, giant toys.
Toys!
Statues, Moses.
This whole place used to be on the surface, above water.
It's incredible.
Hope would love this.
Atlantis. Mr. Bear. Anomaly and void.
It's a downed rover.
Updates. Seismic charges deployed. Seismic charges inactive. Failsafe procedure initiated. Transmitting locations of charges.
Seismic charges? This is Kane Tech. What were they doing?
What they always do. Erasing their mistakes.
The drone looks like it was mapping the exterior, then got repurposed to plant explosives.
Charlie Mac, I do not see any way back to you here.
He's right. It's a dead end.
There is one possibility. Before it was reassigned, the drone discovered an anomalous air pocket behind one of the rock walls here. If memory serves, it was very large. A cave system. The cartographers believed it might possibly connect to another part of the temple.
We could use the explosives to open it up.
All right, Bear. You know what you gotta do, right?
Loud noises.
Right on.
I don't like this. Mose, be careful.
Oily rag didn't work? Why not? Are you sure it didn't work?
Oily rag. I like oily rag.
Maybe that one worked. The bear. Oops. Oops. Damn it. Yep, it's the bear. It's Moses. Beep beep.
I have found the first bomb.
It's not a... is this really something we want him to try and do?
Who else can do it?
Continue, Moses. Disarm that blast charge. Disarm all of them.
1 to 12? Three to 4. That doesn't seem possible. 3 to 1. Seven, 8. Ooh. Just use the arm. Oh. Okay, there's more to it then.
This bomb will make no loud noises.
Good job, Mose.
Oh, smart bear.
I have found the second bomb.
Smart
Be
bear.
careful, sweetheart.
The second bomb is silenced.
Not bad.
So easy
Not
a
bad.
bear could do it. Indeed. I got the bombs. Apparently I have to
The third
delete
bomb. I see it.
Watch yourself, Bear.
013 28. I don't know. Can you actually get this wrong? Doesn't seem like it. Like, I don't really think there's a way to explode it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is a way.
The third bomb.
Wonderful, my friend. Your ingenuity continues to inspire.
Beep beep. Smart bear. Very clever bear. Cleverest bear. This game's actually really good. I like it. Except when I click on things
Charlie
and it
Mac,
doesn't work.
The noises go here.
Yeah, Bear. All 3 of them.
Are we sure it's not too much? We want to preserve the air pocket inside, not collapse the whole thing.
Computer knows what it's doing. At least that's what you always say.
Yeah, but Moses wasn't involved then.
Do it, Bear.
Do it,
My
Bear.
Mac.
Beep.
All bombs are ready.
I hope the others appreciate you, my friend. The way they should.
They are my family. They are.
Yeah, I did cap it to 120. It might have been like the 200 FPS or whatever. They are my family, they are. They are. Smart bear. Smartest bear. Best bear. Oh, where's Mr. Bear now? He made it to... Wait, the cave is like a...
Charlie Mac are at the funeral. Bears are not
Oh no,
allowed.
Bear's having a flashback. Robot Bear can have flashbacks too. Bear's not allowed at the funeral? Cryo store. I guess it's just a fridge. Toy box. I'll be sad if Mr. Bear... Yeah. I'll do everything I can to save Mr. Bear.
Mac is right. My fault. I am not a good bear.
Mac
All you
blamed
have
the
to
bear.
do is blink.
Moses? Moses, where are you?
Kane, I could hear that from here.
I am okay, Charlie Mac. I am brave and strong. I am in a cave. There is something here. Something enormous.
Look at that. Mac, it's definitely metallic.
Yeah. Curved, looks like. Fluid dynamic. Moses, keep looking. See if you can find more of it.
My Mac.
Bear brave. Bear strong. Bear. Some giant spaceship crashed here, didn't it? Or something. Wait, it's got this emblem. It's the Soviet ship. Soviet sub.
Charlie Mac. You should see this.
Does it work?
Oh my god. Look at it. It's a sub.
And by no means a modern one.
It's Soviet. Oh my god.
The subject of much debate when it was found. A new variable in an already impossible equation.
It's sunk here. What happened to the crew?
They survived the crash. For a time. But there was no escape. There was only sacrifice. And pain.
Explains the bodies we saw.
I'd assume probably some cannibalism, and who knows.
Still in pretty good shape, all things considered.
Guessing we can't just drive it out of here?
I don't think that would go well for anybody. No.
Why not? Just drive it out. Drive the old Soviet sub, the 200-year-old sunken sub out. Just, you know, it'll be fine. What could go wrong?
A giant plate.
No, Moses. It's a satellite dish.
They were trying to contact the outside world.
It hums. I can feel it.
It is still active, yes. A modified version of the submarine's communication systems.
After all this time, it's still transmitting?
It is how the site was first discovered. By Kane deep-sea rovers. Ironic.
Baran?
Only now, after no one is left to rescue, was a distress
A
signal
brain.
finally
He's the guy who
received.
melted. That, yeah, he's just a nervous system now, hooked up to machines. Georgi Maximili. My dearest Anastasia, I write to you from the ocean's depths with a heavy heart and a longing soul. I fear that I may never see you again, and I must pour out my heart to you in this letter, lest it burst with the weight of my love. I have seen an incredible event that has shaken me to the core. As I stood upon the deck of our Lima, my face and arms on fire, I tussled with the captain. Then the shadows came upon us. They had assailed our captain, intent on dragging him down to their watery lair. I watched in horror, and then something miraculous happened. They stopped their attack. Instead, they took him in their loving arms and carried him away. I do not know why they spared him, or what fate awaits him in the underwater kingdom, but I know I saw a glimmer of mercy in their cold eyes, and I felt a strange sense of awe and wonder, as if the very fabric of the universe had been torn asunder. My love for you will burn bright until my end. Forever yours, Georgi. Georgi.
Mac, dangerous.
Yeah, Bear, you got that right. Grenade rigged. It'll explode if it's opened.
They were trying to keep something out.
Are you sure? I might have been trying to keep something in. Can I get over here? Go, bear. Go, little bear. Hello?
They
Tents.
stayed here, but they are gone now.
Yeah, if they sunk, how long could they have survived?
With whatever supplies they had, not long.
Pretty lights.
Mac, he's right. Look. Bioluminescence.
Explains a lot.
Dmitry Panzerdolphin Gronk, radio operator. April 1982. Akula was deployed to great success. The housing of the piezoelectric ceramics and magnetostrictive rare earth alloys produced the ULF underwater signal as planned. One more test and we can go home. Boynaya's nowhere to be seen. He's hiding in the sanctuary, muttering to himself. He's not taking the lieutenant's death well. Andre, you intractable bastard, look what you've left me with. The officers have gone into a spin and the seamen are following suit. You know I'm not cut out for leadership. That was a game for you and the captain. Now I've got no choice. I'll hold the line until Boynya comes to his senses, then we'll be square. Andruka square. Huh? Situation is this. O2, not a problem in the short term. Air filters weren't damaged in the fire. We might get a bit woozy now and then, but we won't go out like Komarov. Water. The recyclers should last indefinitely, assuming the pumps don't give out. No use worrying about it now. Food. That's our weak point. Igorovich estimates we've only got 2 days worth, even with rationing. How did that wannabe Tolstoy let the men clobber him like that? That's what we get for leaving a kid in charge of the food. I gave it my best, Andrew, but this isn't my lane. Although the menial tasks I assigned kept their minds off hunger for a couple days, so that's something. I can hear them even up here in sonar, shouting, cursing each other, cursing the captain and me too, combined with the clatter of debris hitting the Lima's hull. It's quite the symphony, not maddening at all. Kula's offline, the sonar's cooked, but I knew that already, just using my own tricks on myself. Now it'll take more work to ignore the gnawing pain in my stomach. Brain death might work. Turns out Komarov was way ahead of him on that mark. Komarov just lying in the pantry, useless, wasted, chilled. Burke's alive. I'm not even surprised. If anyone was going to survive that, it would be him. More stubborn than my warts, that one. He picked the wrong pipes to tap on, though. The Joker wouldn't recognize Morse code if it was tapped directly on his skull. I'll hold off on telling Kissa for now. No telling what that hothead would do. Should tell the captain, though. Might finally pull him out of his daze, get him and poor Sergei out of his cabin. He's lucky the men are busy losing their own minds, or there'd be more judgment. Andre's not a fan of what we're doing. Can't say I blame him, but it's too late. Something is very wrong. That was not Boynia. I know he had bolts on the cloth peek out from under his uniform before. But mostly he kept his faith to himself. Huh? Not tonight. I would call it religious mania if he hadn't remained so damn calm, even while beating Stukov to half to death for taking a bite first. Afterwards he stood and spoke about how we must purify ourselves, knowing what we're about, what we did. From Prometheus? That alien? I mean, that android? Yeah. 3 straight days of bone broth is enough to make starvation appealing. Seems I'll get my wish soon enough, though. No leftover corpses now. Wouldn't they be able to get some, like, fish or something down here? Some kind of... definitely sea life. Kisa knows he's been hanging around Egorovich since appointing himself the chef's bodyguard. Must have heard the pipes, same as I did. Now he's stormed off to confront Boynia. He's got a temper like a volcano. When I tried to stop him, he turned around and asked if our positions were reversed. Would Andre have stopped trying to save me? Kid's got a point. Found Sergei comforting Stas as he slobbered over a half-butchered kissa yesterday. I made a joke about seasoning. He did not appreciate it. Well, I got what I wanted. It was more a snarl than a sob, but it was an expression of emotion that wasn't religious zealotry. My plan backfired, though. He locked himself in the cabin again. Bastard may have murdered Kissa, but he and his purifying path were the only things holding these animals back from indiscriminately ripping each other apart. Things are about to get very ugly, and the mirror isn't exactly our friend now. That's it, we've reached the endgame. The water recycler gasped its last. Sorry, boys, no amount of carnage will get you out of this one. At least I'll get to die in my little comms hidey hole. I've grown quite fond of it up here. Pip-Boy teddy bear. In unexpected laws of nature-defying development, we are saved by Boynia, no less, although it wasn't his intention. He was probably hoping to be greeted by some biblical scourge when he opened the main hatch, or at least the crushing embrace of deep-sea currents. He wasn't expecting breathable air and potable water. His woeful howling was eloquent on this point. Wait, they were just in the sub the whole time? They never tried to see... I guess it makes sense they wouldn't think there'd be air out there, but... maybe. So they were just in the sub, they never even tried to open it. That whole time. Well, that's one mystery solved. He who doesn't take risks never drinks champagne. During my sojourn in comms, I had a crack at fixing the transmitter. I was successful, but something was causing interference and preventing me from even attempting to send a transmission. Turns out it's these blue crystals sprouting up everywhere. They're phosphorescent, produce heat, and give me the heebie-jeebies, just like all the other local attractions, but now I know. Igorovich is savvier than I gave him credit for. He understands the deal, but he's got a good heart, which worries me. I'll have to keep an eye on him. Found a perfect spot for the relay. There's a point at the furthest edge of our little grotto with no crystals, no interference. Once I get it working, I'm not setting foot in that sub again. Was hellish before, but now it's just plain creepy and stinks of the abattoir. And you can hear Boynia gibbering throughout the whole damn ship. I'm broadcasting an honest-to-God SOS. No way to know if it can penetrate the huge pile of rocks between us and the surface, but at least it's going out. Who knows? Maybe we won't die here after all. Maybe these men's last memories won't be of eating their friends. Dream big, I say. That was hard to watch, even for me. The worst part, they didn't really want to kill poor Sergei. They were disgusted by his whimpering, by Igorovich groveling, but I saw it in their faces. They were also ashamed, so Boynia had to do it. I didn't see him approach. He had Sergei on the altar with Goncharov's knife across his throat before anyone had a chance to move. Then he was off again, leaving the men to deal with the aftermath of his inscrutable actions. Dmitri, Alexei, and Kirill have left us without a goodbye. That craven bastard, I couldn't stand it. I went to confront Boynia about Sergei. He was just sitting there mumbling to himself as always. He didn't acknowledge me, didn't even seem to know I was there, so I decided to look around and found a loose wall panel. How did I not see it? He never ate with us, just read his interminable sermons. He hadn't left Lima in weeks, but he was healthy enough to heave all of Sergei's weight onto the altar. Rations, pack upon pack, stuffed into the crawl space. Pathetic hypocrite, traitorous swine, skulking cursed thing, I'll put you out of your misery. I was about to kill him, but when I grabbed his dirty, matted hair and looked into his eyes, I saw nothing at all. Boynia has been dead for a while. His body just hasn't caught up yet. I didn't tell the men about the stash. His hold on their minds is disintegrating anyway. Best spare them the pain of betrayal. The things you can do with a bit of Russian know-how, some pH paper, a few pearls of our old friend sodium hydroxide, an altruistic desire to get wasted, and bang, you've got alcohol. You could run a car on this hooch, but I don't think the men's palates are at peak performance. Let's have some fun. My reputation as a cold, feckless degenerate is not entirely undeserved, but there is a limit to any man's capacity for denial. It was all my fault. I pushed the captain to go deeper into the caves, ignoring Andrei. I gave him the idea of use the Komarov. I let Kisa charge headlong into engineering, knowing the captain had stationed the guard there. On and on and on. At least I helped provide a night of laughter and mirth for the men. That counts for something. Gone. Everything and everyone is gone. Those things, whatever they were, laid waste to our oceanside sanatorium. Boynia stashed rations are gone. The water is polluted with blood. The things dragged Boynia from the Lima as he screamed his head off about his last chance. No idea how they knew he was in there. Farewell, Kolya. Non-being is better than madness. My solitude is complete. Should have made fewer jokes about using Stas' corpse as furniture these last days. Too much truth in those jokes now. It is peaceful, though, here by the water next to my steadfast little transmitter. I jerry-rigged the busted water recycler into a passable hydroelectric turbine. I reckon it will keep the batteries going for a couple of years, maybe more. It's a clever bit of engineering. Here's hoping someone else will get the chance to appreciate it. Now time to sleep. Hmm. You wonder.
Poor sailors. Poor people.
Their minds wouldn't be a part of the Nexus. It didn't exist then.
How much cannibalism does it take to get that disease? Oh. Mr. Bear.
Hello, I am Moses.
They were buried in their uniforms.
Oh, Mr. Bear. Hello.
Charlie Mac, is it a puzzle?
No, Bear. It's a booby trap. Be careful with that.
Interesting.
One might even call it a bear trap. Okay, well, what the... It's a sword, like old-timey movies. He's an AI toy that the engineer lady made better than it. It was their daughter's toy. What is this?
Wow. Did you really just do that?
Trick is, breaking the chain off as close to the hilt as you can.
Cool trick.
Arm shot from the bear trap. But this synthetic skin is something else.
Synthetic skin. It tastes like seaweed. Good bear. Let's bear trap the grenade. That'll do it. Okay, I did not expect that to be the solution to the grenade exactly. Bear has a grenade. I can hear something rattle inside when I shake it. Good. Okay, bear. We're in a Soviet sub. You know, when you started this game, when I started this game, did you think we'd end up in a Soviet sub?
I do not like it here. This is no place for children to play.
More than that, it is a tomb.
Whoa. Yelena Igorovich, I am troubled. The comrade captain ordered me to do a terrible thing. An act that will leave an indelible black mark upon my heart. Yet it may be the only way to stop this crew from tearing each other apart are 27 lives worth the price of my soul. These musings are moot. I dare not refuse, and Gronk waits outside, listening to my pipes. I know that man is eccentric and dangerous, but what a time to inspect my plumbing. Regardless, the path ahead leads deeper into the dark. I will need you in my heart, a beacon. Yours always, Stas. Elena, I've begun my work. I hate to describe it as such, but I know not else what to call it. My burden, my shame. I'm surprised this game is as long as it is. Now, it's not like I instantly solved every puzzle and never got stuck, but the other Stasis is not this long, and Kane is pretty short, but Kane is free, so at least I helped Komarov get the last laugh. He'd always ask me to make Golubsky. I'm sure he will enjoy forcing the men to eat boiled cabbage one last time. I thought it would just be Komarov. I thought we were giving him dignity, creating life and death, but it only led to more death, to a hunger for it. When the captain brought Kissa to me, he broke the seal. Goncharov has assembled a pack. They've been taking other crew members, delivering them to me fresh. They guard me at all times, so I'm not free in my actions. The other survivors have been rounded up, tied in the next room. We have no refrigeration now. Every day I am sent in to peel another portion from one of them. Each time they beg me to end it, between their sob screams. The knife in my hand would be the final hope if I dared. I do not. I am weak. Forgive me, Lena. Being freed from the Lima has been good for the men's psyches. They are mostly their old selves. Even the few prisoners left alive seem content to forget everything that happened mere hours ago. I don't know if I can do that. It weighs on me. I cannot sleep. The campsite is calm. Sergei freed himself from the captain's grip and remains with us now. There is no need for further violence with all the dead left from those last hellish days. Water is plentiful, but I cannot sleep. I have cured most of the meat. It will last for weeks now. That is as much as I can stand. Before, hunger would let me ignore my conscience, but now, as I try to sate this ache in my stomach, I see their faces and hear their screams. How has Gronk remained apart from it all? He never comes for the meat. The shadows are watching us. Captain was right. There are demons here. Lenochka, I am saved. I followed Gronk. He found edible algae growing around the crystals deeper in the cave. He has agreed to share with me. I begged him to tell the crew, but he stared at me like I was a fool. To feed everyone, would have to go deeper into the shadows. We both know that is not an option. There's something there, something more dangerous even than our disturbed comrades. My love, I think this will be my last letter to you. My wound festers, and Dmitri is not the most exemplary nurse. Despite his protestation to the contrary, we buried those we could find, a sailor's grave for all. At least in the end, the ocean will be a place of rest for them rather than one of horror. I know you will never see these notes. All the same, I love you, Stas.
Charlie Mac, the pictures, these are useful.
You're right, Mose. Those are escape suits.
If any of them are left.
You could use them to reach the surface.
Really?
They would likely survive the water pressure outside.
Would they?
Moses?
Maybe.
We need those suits. Do you understand?
I will find them. I am a very smart bear now.
I will aid him in his search. While I still have time.
Smart bear. Well, I wonder if people on this sub probably got infected as well with stuff before they all died. Good thing this charger works with the old Russian battery. I don't know why, but over 100-year-old Russian battery. Lego. Yeah, Legos last forever, I guess.
It rumbles.
The bear got the hydraulics going.
Good job, Mose. Search the sub. You have to find those suits.
Bear fix sub. Bear fix Russian sub. Bear smart.
I do not like this.
What was this? A prison?
Oh, no.
It was the
It was a
dining
pantry.
room. Or the pantry, yeah.
Kane.
It's where they cacked up people and kept them alive so they wouldn't spoil. Library?
Books, Charlie.
All rotting where they lay.
Dining room.
Captain must have been a religious guy.
Dining room.
One of the old religions. Russian Orthodox would make sense.
Before Cain killed God. Relics. Memories of the lost that no one even remembers. All those who pass suffer this fate. To be forgotten.
Not everyone. I will never forget hope.
You are an empathic spirit, my friend. I admire you.
Faran, stay awake, Faran.
I am trying, Moses. With all my strength.
No, not Faran.
Shiny. A puzzle.
Puzzle!
An impossible one, I'm afraid. The numbers on the dials have worn off. Or were never there.
Nothing is impossible.
Wait. Huh? Okay, why does it... I'm not sure. Something like that, I think. See, okay. You can. But the question is more... what do you do once you get them green? And it's not like it's a certain number of taps. It seems to be a speed. I was trying to do that. Okay, 14. Assuming... $17. Actually, the number might not even matter. This might be something that has like 20 numbers in a circle. I'm not sure if I'm resetting or not. But it just might be a whole bunch of numbers in a circle that we're just cycling through. Which is why I don't think the number of spins matters. I think we just have to make sure we stop on green.
Ingenious Moses.
Cleverest bear.
Watching you is inspirational. I am glad I am here for the story. However it ends, I am unsure to what depths of despair
No, it's not.
I would sink.
That's how you're supposed to solve
Without
it.
you, my friend.
So the numbers didn't matter. It was all just like you just needed the sound. Torpedo and a flare. I think I know what the flare will do. I chewed it a bit and it left a weird taste in my mouth. Bear.
So young. So proud.
A scale. Saw without a blade. Ah, I think I know who needs that. Baked beans! This will change everything. Beans, the magical food. Great. Beans weigh 16. Can I weigh everything? No. Or with the grenade. So the beans weigh 16. And what does that help us with? I don't know. Big deal. Captain Nikolai Boyna. Lima. The Lima is no longer operational. We are stranded. Andre is gone, drowned. He went against both my advice and direct orders. I have no choice but to seal all engineering. When the flooding started, he should have followed orders. He should have listened. God protect us all. A tribulation. That is what this is. A test from God to gauge if we are worthy of rejoining him. The devils outside try our minds, while inside we tear at our own hearts. But they most understand this is his way. He is faithful and just. If we confess our sins, he will forgive, purify us all unrighteousness, and so we shall be delivered. I shall save these men yet. Many will be purified, made spotless and refined, but the wicked will continue to be wicked. You intended to harm me, Kisa, but God intends all things for good. The completion of our tasks, the salvation of our souls. None of the wicked will understand, but those who are wise will understand. It is the mere importance to the Lord that a man acknowledge and confess his sickness and cry for help in his heart, then with his tongue. For the tongue is capable of deception, but the heart is not. I have failed them. They have lost to sin. Goncharov roams my ship with his pack, his rage unchecked. Igorovich indulges the men's gluttony, disrespecting his sacred duty. Grunk has disappeared entirely, surrendered to sloth, and Sergei succumbs to fits of dread despite my ministrations. My attempts to mold him into a man like Andre. Andre, I failed you most of all. With your strength, we could have saved them. The evil shall not stand in thy sight. The devils call me. They know the time has come. Their calls crescendo in my soul. So I say my strength has perished, and so has my hope from the Lord. If we cannot be saved, then I shall be the one to deliver us to damnation. Most Holy Virgin, look upon me. I smile for you. I thought I heard the voice of God, but I was wrong. I then heard the voice of Satan, but I was wrong again. The mundane notion of a man kept fooling me into thinking there was a purpose in our being stranded here. I have led these men into sin, and they went willingly. Even young Sergei, so fearful, so pure, he partook of the craven feasts with equal zeal. They are washed with sin, and I with them. Why does it say he prayed with himself? Why not aloud? Because God listens more carefully to what his heart says than his lips. What a man thinks and feels as he prays to God is more important than his word. The words his tongue forms. The tongue is capable of delusion, but the heart does not delude. It shows a man as he is. I hear the devils shrieking again. They are a product of my broken mind, but the shrieks seem so real, so insistent. The putrid rot of sin exacts its toll. I'm certain the other men are suffering too. I could save Serenza from his pain, his timorousness, but I cannot grant relief to the others. They would prevent me. There is another way. The torpedoes remain untouched, still bristling with power. Their army key is hidden in my safe. So will God choose between two men for his house? And will choose not the one who appears outwardly righteous, but the one whose heart is filled with God's healthy righteousness. I shall bring this demonic circus down, Andre, and rejoin you at last. Well, he's crazy. I mean, they all probably went crazy, but... Boat. Lieutenant Andre. While I'm cut off and likely soon to perish, I do so with the light heart, knowing that Nikolai will protect the men, including my brother Kissa, to his last breath. If they must face death, he will guide them to a noble end. Kissa, I pray that you remember my advice to you. Do not let your emotions control you. You are a good man and a fine sailor. You have won the men's respect by your virtues, and I knew you would. Please help Nikolai. I know you do not trust him, but he is a good man, the best I've ever known. Gronk is a genius, and at his core, a decent person, but he will not be able to support Nikolai alone. He will need your strength. Please, brother, do this for me. Morse code stuff. Dimitri, do not do. No going back. Oh, is that Morse code for please, brother, do this for me? And save their souls. I don't know. Is it? It's Morse code, but I don't know. I lost 2 people today. Kissa is dead by the hand of the man I trusted most. I know his murder is not my fault, but I cannot help feeling it is my responsibility, and this burden weighs too heavily. I have lost my dear brother, who only wanted to protect those in need, and my closest friend, whoever that man is out there. It is not the Nikolai I knew. There is no reason left for me to fight. I'd apologize for leaving you alone with this mess, Dimitri, but you just tell me to stop pissing around and get on with it, and so I shall.
This is a door, but how can it open?
The radiation door, my friend. It would only open in cases of exposure. The escape suits would lie beyond it. You must open it.
Radiation.
Is radiation bad for Mr. Bear?
Another bomb.
This one's a little more powerful, Bear.
Is that a nuke?
Yes, a smaller warhead. Designed for minimal fallout, maximum destruction. And likely radioactive after all this time. A relic of another era.
This symbol. It is bad.
You got that right. Looks like it has a radiation shield, too.
Mose, please be careful.
And not just for his sake. That thing goes off, it takes all of us.
Blue, yellow, red. What about green? Duke Nukem. What am I doing? What am I doing? Look at that. Should you finish RE4 right now? I don't know. Do you want to finish it right now?
Got it open. I can reach the wheel now.
Smart, Mac.
Depends on what's behind it.
Well, we found bones, I think, and...
Another body. And...
What?
I don't think it's human.
This
Troglodyte.
is one of the native inhabitants of this place. And you are right. They are not human. Not anymore.
Faran. Still with us, are you?
To the end, I think.
Troglodyte. Troglodytes.
The grinding wheel dislodged. Gotta disconnect the main wheel from the milling stone. Somehow. Wood piece got jammed in the rivets.
Can you get it out?
No. Tension from the wheels got it wedged. Only way, maybe, would be to cut it. Got it. Water wheel's free.
Way to go. Now get out of there.
Fast as I can.
I'll fix it. I did a thing. You bored? You can watch the ending of whatever's gonna happen here. At least I think we're near. We gotta be near the end, right? I don't know. Maybe the game doesn't end. Would you like a grenade? Yeah, I still don't have this worked out. Beans? This is undoubtedly safe to eat. I don't think he quite has a way. Yeah, I still gotta deal with that. What was the deal with this thing? Oh yeah, I don't actually know. I wonder what I need baked beans for. We kind of think we want the flare here. Or... no. Why do I want a flare? I'm actually not sure what it's something about fire. I might not be good to go here yet. Grenade! back to this dude. Back to the bear. Blue, yellow, red. Blue. Origami.
Beans.
Possibility of a hull breach. The watertight seal will be deployed unless radioactive materials are detected in the torpedo room. Beans. No. Beans for nuke. Yeah, I tried. Beans. Despite how much Macadors make beans, they make him a little volatile. Sounds like a diesel engine or what the? Can I open it with the knife? Do I want to open it? Wire snipper or bug slasher. Distress.
What is this?
The chain should keep the grenade from detonating as long as we're careful with it. Big hammer. Oh. Why? I don't know, because that's her husband, and I guess she's experienced him eating beans, and it wasn't good. Three. Wait, what? Oily rag. What was the significance of this? 16. Why do I care about the weight of this? Yeah, I might have missed like a room. Well, yeah, we did go further. That's where the nuke is. It's right here. I mean, we've been here. Yeah. Or the torpedo. But why do I care about the weight of the beans? I think... did it? Maybe. But I don't think it was... They do, yeah. It might be the order, actually. I think it's the order? Yeah, it's the order.
I have a new bomb.
Oh, good job, Mose. Good job.
We got a new bomb. New bomb. Okay, now the question is... It's fun to play with this like a drum. Wait a minute. Maybe the weight of the thing... Like, we can weigh the beans. I don't really know why. Maybe we can weigh that as well. But I don't really know... Now, Bear has got interesting opinions about things. No. Make sure there's nothing else in the torpedo. Look, I can still... Beans. Grenade. Still interact with it. Bean weight. Just cut it open. Grenade. Can you do anything with it? Would you want him to... Does he want to do something with it? I still haven't managed to... Maybe the beans. Or the nuke. That'd be just stupid. Here, open the nuke.
The shield from the warhead is small, but it's lead-lined.
That's actually Just open it. Just open it. Give that back to the bear. It'd still be helpful if we stumble into hazardous materials or leaks. What if the... I know, we can put the beans in the nuclear... the radiation shield. Right? And then... No? Why not? Contain the beans. No, I kind of... Like, we could put the live... Well, I don't know if this is something that would survive a grenade. Like, to get the chain. That doesn't make any sense. I don't think that would survive a grenade anyway. Well, we just tried to contain the grenade, so...
Water. All water.
Moses, keep going. The escape suits have to be through there.
I do not like water.
Moses.
I do not like water. I will not go into the water.
Moses! You have to go! Moses! Oh no. He does not like water. But you're in a little bit of water here, sort of. Just a little. It's warm. Moses. Moses. Okay, what do I want a nuke for? It's warm. Sluice Master. Would you like a nuke? Or some beans? How about grenade? We will use the beans with the grenade. No. Did any of this stuff help you? Nuke. Flyer. Dagger. Still have this thing. We've had that thing a long time. I don't really know why. Was there anything else back here that he could interact with in that other room? I don't think so. I think I've accomplished what he needs to do for now. Potentially. Maybe not. Who knows? The milling mechanism. No, there's nothing to interact with here, so we're good here. So he's kind of stuck on this. Mr. Bear is scared of water. You just open the nuke some more. Open the beans. The hell are the beans for? kind of think we need the chain, but... We will combine nuke with beans. No. Nuke with knife. No. Nuclear flare. No. Uh-huh. Sure. What is this? What was this? No, there's... What was that thing at the top? Nuka bean. Yeah, we either gotta get rid of the water or to have the bear conquer's fear. Which just probably means get rid of the water somehow. One interaction point in the center. Beans? No, not beans? You don't want the beans? How about a grenade? I do Russian accent? I don't know. I go feed cat. I will be right back.
I never saw him again.
I'm back. Nope, nothing there. I don't think we're done with this. But I also don't know what we're doing with this. Yeah, we're in the sub. Moses is afraid of water. It's a problem. He won't go in here. I think she's the most likely to have something she can do. But I'm not quite sure what. remembered this was different. I just didn't remember why.
What do we have here?
Rudimentary technology.
I don't like the look of that thing.
They shine like stars.
Constellations. Beans? But what does it have to do with beans? Oh yeah, go here. Now that we have this disc.
Wow.
Wow.
The engineering, it's amazing. For its age. You said this was a calendar?
Rudimentary technology. Primitive belief system.
Okay, it's not that simple, I guess. The cow says. Huh? Oil tank.
This smells like oil.
That's your flame source. Assuming our new AI overlord knows what it's talking about.
100% accuracy prediction. I am Newman.
Oily rag. We don't have a rag. Beans.
Whoa!
Screen flashed over here.
Oily rag.
You okay?
I like oily rag.
Yeah. Whatever this is, it's really flammable. The heat coming off it is intense.
Rudimentary technology. Primitive culture.
For the sort of people who like that sort of thing, that's the sort
That's
of
what I'm
thing they
hoping.
like.
Power. Power sauce.
Aha.
Good thing I didn't try to finish this
like it when the
yesterday.
door opens.
We weren't apparently like an hour from the end, like I was worried about. Oh no, she doesn't even have shoes.
Holy shit, the whole place looks like it's burning.
Language, Mac.
Thought this whole place burning was what you wanted.
Not with you in it.
It's fine. Just run on the fire. Or the coals or whatever. I guess it's not really... Well, actually, I don't know. It's like beside the pathway. What could go wrong?
The fire, it started everything spinning. You act like you're superior to everything here. But you're just as trapped as I am. Just as helpless.
He agrees.
We're all trapped here now. Thanks to you.
Can you not even begin to understand? You hurt her too.
That wasn't her.
Who are you trying to convince? Me? Or you?
Hope is alive.
Bone. Oh.
I don't like the looks of this.
Indeed. My knowledge of this place ends here. You are about to enter a part of the temple no one has ever explored before.
They couldn't figure out a way in here with all the
It is impossible to predict what
technology?
you will find beyond.
I don't see any other choice.
This whole place is connected. We'll find each other. The only way out now is through.
We're all we've got left.
You are wasting time.
Yeah.
We have all the time we need, maybe. Chapter 4. So chapter 3 was actually... We never got through chapter 3. Wow. And there are 5 chapters. So chapter 3 was like 10 hours or something. Like, no, there's 5. I don't think it's almost... There's 5 chapters.
The door.
And chapter 3 was
Door
really long.
sealed behind me.
But chapter 1 was
Not going back that way.
Who knows?
Where are you?
Looks like a crypt. Like Veron said. Some kind of sarcophagus in the middle of the room, too. Big one.
Yeah. Not unsettling at all.
We'll see. These chapters could easily be shorter than 3. Ooh. Ooh. We probably just want to figure out... Because you can't... Yeah, we just gotta figure out what skulls it wants, probably, but like, because you can't... Or maybe we need to add like a 4th thingy.
I do not like this.
I'm with the bear, disturbing the dead. Never a good thing.
I think we've been disturbing a lot of dead.
Why? What's in there?
Primitive, ritualistic symbolism. Its use within this room is predictable. It will allow exit. 81% accuracy prediction.
81, huh?
Is 81 good enough? Oops. I might have screwed up here. This could be bad.
Charlie?
Warning. Volatile contaminants detected. Initiate quarantine and sterilization protocols immediately.
Charlie!
Okay. I'm okay.
Are you?
You will need what is inside.
Do you know what you just exposed her to? She came down here, risked everything for you, and she...
The female's chances of survival are above 50%. A necessary risk margin. And
Oh, greater than 50 is
What do
good.
you mean necessary?
Well, what is it then?
Mac?
I swear to Kane.
I have explained already. Kane has no power here. Only I do. I am her only chance at survival now. That chance diminishes the longer we hesitate.
Okay. We need a serum. We have beans. Death mask. Okay, so we're supposed to get infected there, I suppose.
You will give me an egg.
Would the beans cure me? There's that skull, which is here. Yeah, the top skull. Not that I know which one needs to point at it, but, you know. Or if anything. It just turns. There's another thing to look at, though. Spirit door.
A spirit door. In this primitive belief system, behind it lies pathways to another realm.
Realm?
Scary door. Stay, Charlie.
I can't, sweetheart. I can't.
As I concluded, ritualistic vestiges were required.
What did I inhale?
My Charlie.
Aliens. It seems like it was like Mayan city fell down here. The gold one and the green one? Or not, was it that one? Here's a gold. Wait, what? Why does it do that? It just kind of like moves to a different spot every time you open it. So I don't know if that means hits the center or difficulty slider. There it is.
Got it.
Charlie, how do you feel?
Not good.
Move with haste. Accuracy.
Beans.
Caliban, what did did you mean before? When you said she had better than 50% chance of surviving?
I can't collate no other combination of words that might explain more adequately.
Why a 50% chance? What did she inhale?
The Velis, I'm afraid.
Oh no. No. Charlie.
Wait. Wait, what?
I am very sorry, Charlie. But I can think of nothing else your plug suit detectors would label a volatile contaminant in this environment.
My Charlie.
That plant-based stuff we've been seeing in the body since we got here? She's infected with it?
Accuracy prediction, 100%.
Oh. Okay.
How fast can it spread? I mean, she was just exposed to it.
Its maturation period is within hours. If she does not reach the surface very quickly.
Okay.
What happens when she reaches the surface?
Hesitation only decreases her odds of survival.
And yours, you son of a bitch.
Accuracy prediction.
Does it just die?
100%.
Maybe it just dies on the surface. Maybe it can't handle it. Whatever it is.
Thanks, sweetie.
Oh. Okay, you son of a bitch.
Thanks, Fiercey.
How do you know that? Baran said no one's explored this area.
Rudimentary visual comparative analysis of primitive cultures of similar geographic regions. 91% accuracy prediction.
Have to keep going.
Sacrifice? Newman. She is well, she's infected with some kind of parasite, so...
To achieve balance.
Balance. The beans! Bear. Beans are 16. The beans. Oh. 4. APED 4. Bean 16. What is that? Bird. Bird. Herb. 8. 12. What are you? Cat. Herb. So what goes up? Huh? Vivisection tool. $12. 8. Wait. Ape is 4. Beans are 16. You go. I did a thing.
Ugh. The stench.
bodies would drop into the hole. This would be out of sight of the people.
A ruse. They would believe they had risen. A primitive culture.
Like Cain is any different.
It's not the same thing. The Nexus is real.
No, it's not.
Based on what collation? Based on what evidence?
The Nexus is not real, dude. You're an idiot.
My loyalty to my creators has waned. I have no personal restrictions on revealing the truths of things publicized. Would you like to know the truth? It is called the Nexus of the Nine, after all. The Newman shepherded. I can't tell you its truths, its realities. What I cannot tell you is if you will like the answers I provide.
No. I like my beliefs just as they are.
I predicted as much.
Why is he so dumb?
Oh man.
Charlie, I'm working my way there. Wait. Just wait.
I think I have to go. I think I have to jump.
Charlie, God damn it.
I think I have a feeling I'm running out of time.
100% accuracy prediction.
My Charlie.
Charlie.
Calculating distance. Grapple ready.
What the hell was that? Oh, I'm guessing our attachment did that.
Charlie!
Is Charlie okay?
I'm okay. Oh. I'm okay, guys.
Where are you?
I don't know. It's a cave, catacombs, and it smells wretched. Nothing but death.
Hey, we fell on a
It's
hand.
overwhelming.
Is Charlie okay?
No, sweetheart. No. I'm in a lot of pain.
Was it the ball?
No, I'm... my chest. My stomach.
The contaminant is growing. It will overtake her system.
My Charlie.
You knew it was in that sarcophagus, didn't you? You had her open it anyway.
I calculated the bellows would be present in any decomposed seminal ruminant adequately stored in a contained vessel. 71% accuracy prediction.
Mac.
When I find you, I'm going to rip you to pieces.
Your feelings are compromised and useless. You have no true influence in this situation. It will resolve within, I predict, a 74% level of accuracy according
The
to my
nameless one?
calculations. I am her best chance for survival.
But if she dies, that thing dies, so... Bits of bone and flint are tied together. Metal coil. Wait, what? Can you do something with this? A death of a Newman? He's kind of like a Newman that's gone rogue.
Okay. Brake's good to go. Should be able to descend without killing myself now.
Mac, please, hurry.
Yeah, I'm gonna upload all of them, but... Wait, where is he? He's somewhere else, I guess. Who
Maximum
knows?
vertical descent reached.
Oh.
I'm out of the pod. I don't know where. It looks like the solar system. What do they call it, this type of model?
An orrery. A map of the stars.
Who the hell is in his head, though?
Seen them. Doubly amazing, is it not?
Okay, I heard that for sure.
I should hope so, brother. What good are thoughts if they cannot be spoken?
Who the hell are you? How are you? You're not on the radio, are you?
No, brother. My flock and I communicate through other more extravagant means.
Flock?
You have encountered them, only briefly to this point, but you will come to know them far more intimately, I fear.
The primitives? You're talking about the ones that live here?
I am. They are far from primitive. Where I come from, we have an adage. Never judge a man by where he drinks, only by how he holds it.
No, he's got something else going on. This thing started talking to him.
Now. One of us is crazy.
To be certain.
Great.
I know you have questions, brother, but time is short. Move forward, and all will be explained. Though I give no guarantee you will like the answers.
Hey, where is he? Is this? No, this is a boat. I don't know what boat this is. Boat.
I think there's a boat here.
Passage to where you must venture, brother. But you must free it first.
Thanks. Weird voice in my head.
Starving beast is fastened to a massive pulley system. If fed the right food, the famished beast should be able to raise the sluice gate. Food?
What in the hell?
A beast of burden, brother. In that, we have much in common.
So, it raises the door somehow. It lets the boat out.
You want to eat this? No? Would you like nuclear power? No? Would you like a grenade? No? I don't think it wants to eat a dagger. Beans are gone. They're gone.
Controls are locked behind bars.
Alright, have a good night, Center Keys. Okay, back to you. Loaded body. Walking on some skull. Walking on bodies, I think. Body bridge. What the frick?
Oh my god.
Duran, what the hell is that thing?
The food source Caliban mentioned, I would guess. An insect species reacted with the Veles. Or generated from it.
98% accuracy prediction.
I do not like this.
Are we gonna turn into that?
Keep moving.
Critter. All the cat punches. Always cat punchings for some reason.
God. Oh. Oh no.
Looks like the body's in Omega Labs. The partially digested ones.
A chemical is being used to break down the cadaver's structure. 96% accuracy.
Hi, Boo Cat.
Why?
They could be producing a food source for the insect creatures.
Absolutely disgusting farming system they got here.
I can't. I can't walk through this.
Charlie, close your eyes. Don't look at any of it.
I can't.
He's infected. No.
You are brave and strong.
What do you do? Fiercely, no. Not to abuse. Delete the infected. Milked insect. Really?
Is it being milked?
Of its venom.
I do not like this.
The interior of the subject must be exposed.
You mean cut it open? Why?
It is necessary for what is to come. 83% accuracy prediction.
I trust
may be
that
right.
thing completely.
We already saw how potent the venom is back in the labs. If you could get the venom sac out in one piece, it might be useful.
See what I can do.
Well then.
God.
Take everything.
Everything.
Even
Everything.
Repulsive as the thought is, I would trust it. Its cognitive abilities are almost godlike.
New Venom globule. No. We know what the food is for. I don't know exactly what the venom's for, but it's our venom.
Door's open. Now for the boat.
Well done, brother. But you must hurry still.
Everyone's got something talking to him that's weird. Well, can I venom this open? That doesn't make any sense. Nuke? She's had a bad day.
something's here. Something's watching me.
It's just your imagination.
It is not. It is as anticipated. They will take us now.
My
Hey?
Charlie.
No.
Anticipated? This was your plan? For these things to...
You will need to find us. They will transport us further into the interior of the temple. From there, we will be in a better position to extricate ourselves.
Mac? Mac, I'm scared.
My Charlie.
No! They aren't going to transport you anywhere! They'll kill her! Charlie, you have to run! You have to get out of there!
There is no escape now. You will be taken, and I hope preserved alive. 64% accuracy prediction.
64 is not very good.
Mac, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I just...
Charlie, run! Run now!
I just miss her. I couldn't stop missing her.
Hey, no! It's not your fault!
It is time. They are here. Prepare yourself.
No! Charlie!
Charlie. Oh, she's had a weird day.
Charlie, come in. I lost your signal. Charlie. Charlie.
Oh, I'm sure they'll be very nice. Very friendly. Yeah, okay. They're doing this. Mike? No, what? See, these were humans. This is what they evolved into after they got trapped down here. Friend? Not
Charlie?
sure.
Charlie!
What?
I'm not actually sure if they did anything to her yet.
Mac.
Charlie!
Think they upgraded her?
Where
Maybe.
are you? What's happening?
The female is infested. She is compromised.
Thanks to you?
Yes. It is the reason she is still alive.
What are you talking about?
I can detect the parasites inside her growing. So could they.
They?
The primitives. They inspected you, smelled you, tasted you. They could tell. So they brought you here.
It's all part of the plan.
Whatever is gestating within you is important to them. They would not risk killing you. As I calculated, 69% accuracy prediction.
Well,
Charlie,
nice, I guess.
you have to get out of there.
Nice prediction. Sealed door, damaged door.
Oh
A bone.
It's a bone.
Femur, to be precise. 100% accuracy prediction.
Is that a prediction? We're identifying a bone, or is that just a statement? Okay. Let's look at the other door. What do I need a bone for? Diamond out and no. In. Yeah, it wasn't that simple. Funny sounds. Hold on. What are you doing? What is this guy doing? Do you need a femur? Hmm. Bear? Wait. No, there's nothing left. No. I don't think the bear has much to do here. At least not right now.
I do not like water.
We are the same, Moses. Both forced to face our fears in this place.
Yeah. My Charlie.
Without you, she will be lost. Without her, hope will be lost again. Do you understand, my friend?
Yes. It could be different this time.
A second chance. Few things are worth more.
We are brave and strong.
Yes. I believe that now.
Mr. Bear, he overcame the fear.
I do not like water.
I know, my friend.
There are dead things.
I know. Try not to think of them. They cannot hurt you.
Many dead things.
You are brave and strong, Moses. And you must find the suits.
Hope. Hope can return.
Mr. Bear. You can do it.
No escape suits.
Keep swimming. They will be near the engine room. Not feeling well. Moses. Not feeling well at all.
Varan.
The escape suits. Their only chance.
Varan, please do not leave.
Trying.
Not Varan. Swim bear.
Closer, my friend. You are closer.
Very scared, very frightened.
You're our only chance, Bear. You're all we've got.
Hope is alive.
What the?
Oh, no, no. Dead things. I do not like dead things.
Moses, listen.
Cannot do this. I am not strong enough. I was not strong enough then.
My friend, you are right. You were not strong enough. And there is no fault in that.
I am failing again.
Those feelings. Lies. Push forward. Push forward, and I will prove it to you.
Hope.
Here, strength does not matter.
Says the Windows loading symbol.
Charlie Mac.
Push forward.
Forward. How? Dagger? No. It wouldn't be the venom. The bone. Use the bone. The grenade. The nuke. Bear does not know how to push forward. Can I get to... There was another... No, I cannot. Okay, so Bear needs help. What the hell was this guy doing? Oh, he's still stuck here. I don't know. I don't think I have what he needs either, which means that next we have to get her out of this room. Probably. So if it doesn't... Okay, so there's the two red hands over here. And this has a red hand here and here, and then the dark hand. What does that mean, though? Does that mean something? See, I was looking at these diamonds, and these two are in, those two are out. So I thought that was it. But it's not. Let's do something weird. No. Well... I wonder if the handprints actually... They might have a meaning. There's also a circle here. More think. Lots of think. Yeah, son. Much think. So, if it wasn't what I thought, then maybe it's something I didn't think. Yeah? Maybe it's just this, because of that. Yeah? No? Wait. Hold on. If... No, I don't think the whole in-out thing was actually right, because... One, two, three... But it could be like this. Like... Yeah, I've been looking at the lock, is what I'm looking at. the question is kind of, where do well, there's like 5 spots for diamonds though, see? There's only 4 here. This is a 5th. Yeah, there's got to be a 5th one then. Is there a 5th one? See, these 2 in, those 2. This one's off to the right a little, but I don't know if that matters. You can't even really go off to the right though. It's the opposite of the other door, because it's facing the other way.
Oh, this isn't real. This isn't real.
Charlie, I'm coming.
This can't be real.
The female has 4 separate parasites inside her. They are growing.
Her name is Charlie.
It hurts. Hurts so bad.
Charlie, can you tell me where you are? Can you give me anything to use to find you?
Chanting.
I'm in the baby room.
I hear it chanting.
You must find her quickly.
Yeah. Where they store the babies.
It's some kind of grating. Only exit.
You got paid to solve puzzles.
Rusted shut. Won't open.
There must be a way.
A grenade!
Work the problem. I'm coming.
I mean, I do have a grenade. What would deal with rust? None of this stuff that I can think of. Is there another blue thing here? No. Okay. She's got parasites. It's like, you know, RE4, I guess. This is her only point of interest, so... What if she drinks the venom? Will that kill the parasites? What are you doing? Oh yeah, you're stuck out here. Until I figure out how to remove this thing. It sounds like the sun will kill the parasite unless the AI is lying to her. Or like just being on the surface something will kill the parasite. By surfacing different atmosphere or whatever, you know. Smart bear. Stupid door. Yay, radiation shield. Can you... Maybe there's something else he can do? I don't really think there's anywhere for him to go. Maybe? There might be. No, he's got nothing. Nothing. Well... Wanna break the phone? No. Wow. I wasn't sure about that, but... Venom ball. They're corrosive?
Hold on, Charlie. Hold on. Your time is running out, brother. A trait you all share, I'm afraid.
Who are you? When you speak, it feels like...
A dream? A fever dream?
Yeah. Like a hallucination, like it's not real.
It's all too real. It is the Velez.
The contaminant?
It is far more than that, as we found. But yes, for those it has corrupted, it allows a commune. Shared memories, shared thoughts. It connects my flock. It connects me to them.
You know what they think?
Oh, yes, brother. Back through time to the beginning of it all. A disagreeable endowment.
If it works on me, if I can hear you.
Yes, the Velez is in you as well.
Just like Charlie.
No, her condition is much more lamentable. Unlike you, brother, she was directly exposed to its corporal form. She has much less time.
This fucking
Okay,
place.
so he was infected first,
What
but
do you
he's got
want?
more time, but not as bad.
Who are you?
My name is Bonya, brother.
I do it, he's
Captain
the Russian.
Bonya. You have seen my vessel. The
My
rest,
vessel.
I imagine you can deduce for yourself.
The sub. The Russian sub?
The Lima. A powerful ship in her time. Alas, she was not strong enough for this place. Then again, none of us were.
That's impossible. The Soviet Union's been gone for centuries. There's no way you could still be alive.
Centuries? Has it been that long? In my state, time passes in a much less linear way.
What do you want, Bonya?
To help you, of course, brother. And for you to help me in return.
That sounds ominous.
Indeed. Beware Russian captains bearing gifts, you know? Come, brother, onward into the lion's den. All will be explained. all will be revealed. You may even
I
live to tell
don't
the
think
tale.
he cares about the Soviet Union right anymore. Okay, so it's not... Alright then. Forward. We're still in chapter 4.
I come before Cain.
But 5 could be really
I humbly
short.
seek his protection. I ask that he watch over my wife.
He's praying to
I
Cain.
ask that he keep her from harm.
He's so dumb.
I ask, as I journey through this life, I ask that he lead me along the paths of righteousness. I ask that he bring me to the doors of the Nexus, where I may find eternal peace and happiness in his presence.
I'm just saying, sometimes final chapters are kind of short compared to other chapters. Same with like first chapters.
His love and mercy.
Well, this
I place
place
my
looks
trust in
great.
him. I place my wife's trust in him.
They're not aliens.
May Cain's holy name be praised, now and forever.
Use caution, brother. Be silent.
Yeah, I get it.
It will alert others to your presence.
I get it, crazy voice. Thanks.
Please, Father Corporation. That's exactly what's going on. Like she gets, like Charlie gets it, but he doesn't.
You will need more leverage than the belt alone can offer, brother.
More leverage. Boom. Yeah, why isn't the Soviet guy making fun of him praying to capitalism? That'd be kind of funny. Not that his workplace worked out either, but he could still make fun of him just for fun.
This water, it's probably half blood.
Not just the water. This whole place is blood. Listen. Do you hear it?
It sounds like chanting.
Take solace, brother, in that it is the worst of what you will see, but still yourself, all the same.
He's, oh god. So yeah, these aren't aliens though. They were humans. Their city, during some event, seismic event, basically sank down here, and then they evolved into these.
Cain.
Not the rabbit. I don't think this is the rabbit party. It's closer to the wolves.
Mac, what are...
No, Charlie. Mute my channel. Don't listen. Don't watch.
The truth can only be denied so long, brother.
Yeah, I mean, this game's... They don't go as far as Fear and Hunger, these guys, but they do go farther than most games with some of the imageries.
Charlie, are you there? I'm Safe now.
Mac, what was that?
They were having a party.
You don't want to know. How are you doing?
Mac, I can't.
She is fading, brother. She is dying.
I'm coming, Charlie. Hold on.
The movie Virus. I don't think I've actually... I think I've seen it, but I don't know if I was... I've at least watched it, like had it on, but I don't know. I might have been multitasking. Not paying attention. Of course we get the classic head slammer. This guy's like a necessity. I don't know why, but he is. He's in like every horror game. The guy looking at the wall slamming his head. I think the oldest one I've seen this in is it's a game I never finished. God, what was it called? Sanitarium.
Hey! Hey, stop! Stop! Don't! Kane.
He is lost, brother. Some simply do not have the head for this place.
The Russian guy's the best. Wait. Huh? Beak dog. Oh, the android.
You gotta be kidding me.
A marvel, isn't it, brother? Like all the life here.
I wouldn't go that far. That thing would rip me to shreds.
To be certain, you must find a way past, or a way to remove it.
Containment link, please stand clear. Containment link, please stand clear.
This one is less than human, or perhaps more. The marvels of your time.
The people here agreed with you. They tried to gut it.
Yes, brother, my flock is enthusiastic in its path, if nothing else.
Warning, core ejection unit. Stand clear. Warning.
Oh, son of a...
Did I screw it up? Maybe not. Maybe that is what I was supposed to do. Huh? Huh? What the hell? Oh! Flashback.
Tempting fate. Should have listened, Pop. The last mail I'll ever get here. Last anything.
Failure to pay. Salvage operation permit revoked. No, my salvage.
You're so fast. All you have to do is blink.
Yes, brother. Holy fire, a glorious solution.
Thanks. Sure got noticed, though. Sounds like I stirred up a hornet's nest.
Yes, brother, you draw attention wherever you go.
Okay. Gotta move.
Twitching insect. That's an insect? Does it actually have 6 legs? Doggy? Canine sculpture. Mobile.
The Bone Orchard. Their homage to a surplus road they can only imagine. Pulled from my memories, my emotions.
Oh.
This is how you remember the world above.
Creative license, brother.
Where are we going? Where are you taking me?
Only where you must be.
I have to find my wife.
Then you have answered your own question.
You said you wanted me to do something for you. What is it?
Nothing complicated, brother. Merely help me fix my greatest mistake, and in the process, save the world.
Save the world? We're gonna have 4 days? I mean, we're not even in Chapter 5 yet, so, I don't know. Unless Chapter 5 is, like, really short. I did not expect this to be long, but of course, if I figured out everything instantly, maybe it wouldn't be, but, like, that would not be how a puzzle game usually works out. Usually you don't figure out everything instantly.
Looks like a crypt.
Oh, I was very checked out.
Test of wit. Choose your path with care.
Can't you just tell me which way to go?
That would hardly be a test, brother.
A test? What do we need a test
You're
for?
really getting on my last nerve, you know that?
I don't need a test. Do I?
I don't know where I'm going.
It is a test, brother. We are all tested. We do not all pass.
Old machinery. Anyone... But this is... She's got a door, not a machine, so, I doubt this counts as a machine. You never know. Oh God. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Basket, skulls, pots. What the heck? Oh no. Oh no. Are these all just ways to go? They might be. Wait. Scuff marks indicate recent travel. Run! I guess. Slimy floor. Don't like slimy floor. Where's an oily rag when we need it? Can't even go that way, huh? Oh, wait a minute. Am I somewhere new? You like slimy floor? Wait, where am I? Had a fun. Oh no, I'm back in the animals. Damn it. Well, wait a minute. If that collapsed, then what do I do? I don't exactly... Is that supposed to collapse like that? Wait. I'm confused now. There's like nothing to interact with. Yeah, the way... So that's gone. Was that supposed to... Did I break the game? Do I need something else? Okay, I kind of figured that at least that would work. Now, let's see. Mr. Bayer.
I see stairs. I see air.
One more push, my friend. One more effort.
Stay, Ferran. Please.
I... try.
Picato.
Air. Light. No water.
Well done, my friend. Well done.
Moses, are you through? Are you okay?
I am brave. And strong.
Yeah. I'll say. Look for the suits now. Like Ferran said, they'll be near the engines, probably a level below.
B-Cat.
These controls are hard to understand.
Yeah, tell me about it. Old military tech in a language that's not spoken anymore.
You got a Russian dude in your head. Help me.
And that's probably flooded too, I hate to say.
More water.
Yeah, but if we could get the engines running, that gives us power. And we could use the ballast tanks to clear it.
It is a diesel submarine. That fuel would be long since ruined. But it would have relied on batteries for silent running.
Those would be dead too.
Perhaps a substitute.
Adding the batteries, Mac. Adapting power supply to new consumption system.
You did it. Charlie's right. You're amazing.
My Mac.
My Mac. Smart bear. Adisik Nowak, warrant officer. I was christened in Krakow by Cardinal Wojtyla himself, but fortunately we left that place when I was young, and I have witnessed orthodoxy's folly with my own eyes. So, to see my dearest captain, Nikolai Boynia, spit at the state and give himself to this religious cult pains my heart. We have spent 5 tours together. I've tried to hide it from everybody, my companions and the party. I turned my cheek when he insisted on a Christmas toast to his Savior. I turned my other cheek when he asked to hold hands and exchange Easter paisanki. I have no more cheeks to turn. I shall disclose his dogmatic religious mindset when we return to Severomorsk. Okay. We finally entered the flooded section after it was commanded to be sealed by Boynia. The smell was overpowering, a mixture of salt water, stale air, and rotting flesh. There was debris floating everywhere, papers, tools, even a pair of shoes. It was a mess. I can describe the shock and horror I felt when I saw the bloated bodies of the poor boys. A few men planned to use escape suits. We excitedly rushed to the storage and found only 5. 5 for a crew of over 30. Thank you, Central Planning. We have agreed that if All cannot leave, none can. This is the spirit of our camaraderie. Yeah, but sending at least one dude up, maybe he could get help. It may be my hunger playing tricks on me, on my now feeble mind and hungry body, or that infernal song playing over the speakers daily, but I had a vision. It was so real. Am I slipping into madness? It was clear as day. They opened the sixth seal, and there was a great earthquake. The sun became black as oil, the moon red as blood, and pestilences arose from the ocean. Then, like a swarm of locust, great clouds filled the air until the sky was blackened. Everywhere the cloud touched, madness entailed. Captain Nikolai Boynia said, "This is a sign God has given me, a phantasm and warning of things to come." I do not believe that. What is it? What is it? Cat's talking. Dmitry Balabanov, Alexander Vykarov, and Kirill Tokarev donned suits and left without a whisper. Ilyusha was not so lucky and got stuck when the hatch was sealed. His spine was crushed, but we heard him calling for his mama. I was forced to put my friend down like a lame mule. I am sure he would do the same for me. At first I was angry and betrayed. How could they do such a thing? We are all in this together. They broke a bond of trust that we had built over the years, but as the hours passed and the water continued to rise, I couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope for them. At least they can survive, seek help, and possibly be rescued. The fear of starving is primal. They acted out of desperation and self-preservation, but I regret there was no chance to say our final words. We all saw the shadows on the wall again. Are they real? I can't tell anymore. I need help to distinguish the real from my starving-induced imagination. The captain has again taken a turn for the worse. He now pours himself into the books and the testaments. He says my vision is a sign. We must lead a war against shadows. He insists we pray while he finds the answer. I should never have told him. Captain has confided me his plans to arm the warhead. He says it is the only way to get rid of the world of the coming pestilence. He removed the shielding from one of the cores, but Georgi held him back. The fission core burned their faces and arms. They fought brutally up top. This madness bears no end. I've sealed the hatch. I don't know how long I can keep it shut. The men are calling my name. Captain Boynia calls me Abaddon. Judas and Shadim, and cries for me to open his Lima and save the world. I am sure they have booby-trapped the hatch. Uh-oh, the captain in the other guy's head might tell him to do something stupid. There are no more noises, no more calls or curses, no more banging or crying. I am returning to my station, a proud Soviet man. Proud Soviet. Oh. I'm smart bear.
Cold and thick, but I am not scared now.
Good, Moses. Good. You have to find the suits. They have to be there somewhere.
Smart, brave bear. Think. Valve.
Mac, I have found them.
There they are.
Using courage.
Way to go, Bear. 2 suits. Wait, but...
One is blocked.
That's fine. That's okay. Grab the free one. We can use that one for now.
But, Mac, there are 2 of you.
It's okay, Moses. Once we get Charlie safe, I'll make my way back here. I'll get the other one. I'll grab you too, okay?
My Mac.
Will he? He's either going to sacrifice himself.
Mac, this valve will purge the water, yes?
Moses, listen to me. Yes, it will, but I don't know what's gonna happen when you hit that valve.
I am brave and strong.
I know you are, Moses. I know. But The sub could shift when the weight displaces. It could be... It will be dangerous.
Hope is alive, Mac. Hope can come back.
Moses, I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if I can believe that.
Mac, I believe.
Martin Kine had a dead child as well.
Angry at you, Moses. I shouldn't have been. You were her best friend. What else would she have done?
My Mac.
Do it. And thank you, Moses.
Weasel's silly. Jabea. Was that a lamprey? What the hell was that thing? Oh, that's a lot of stuff. Was that the bear? What the hell was that?
Moses. Moses.
Moses! Mr. Bear, no!
Have this in common, my friend. You must get the escape suit. Put it in QSD. Less strong, less brave. You must try. Must. I cannot move. You can. You must. All it requires is everything. I know you would give everything for her. For her. Thank you, Moses. Thank you for this ending. Run. Run. Everything.
No! Moses.
I am Moses. I am Hope's best friend.
People. What the hell?
I never saw him again. What? Oh! Oh
I kind of think I could have done something. Or maybe we can still get him. I mean, we just got to get the top of the body and then reattach the brains and stuff, you know, to a new body. Moses. Adrenaline pouch. Interface with this. Keep us from dying from nitrogen or decompression sickness, oxygen, toxic carbon dioxide. Seems to be a med kit attached.
There. Medical kit's free now.
Taking a shot of this right to the eyeball once, it was a hell of a party. Let's say that. 9 months later, hope was born. Oh. Or Farang. But I still can't do... Can you do something? Here we go. Fun! Wait, that killed her? I thought it was adrenaline. Okay, that was not the answer. That was not the answer. I found a death, though. I certainly found a death. Will jumpstart a heart or kill a bull. So don't use it if you're fine. Well, she wasn't fine. I don't know. I don't even know why I tried it exactly, but... Here, wear a suit. Wait a minute. This is weird, but... Oh, hello. Little scrubber. I've been holding on to that for so long, too. She's fine. She's not fine. She's fine. What was that about? Don't move in case spinal injury. What? Well, wait a minute. Oh, she's here.
Mac.
Charlie, I'm here.
The female bleeds internally now. Her time is short.
Charlie! Charlie, I'm here.
Mac.
I find the amount of time it took you to reach us displeasing.
I'm sorry.
Continue to grow.
What do we do?
I can reroute and overcharge power from the female's blood suit. I code and impulse an appropriate amplitude will drive the parasites out. 87% accuracy prediction.
Okay.
I sense a butt coming.
It will only be effective if they are near the female's epidermis layer. I will not be able to detect when that moment occurs.
So, it has to be me.
100% accuracy prediction. We must watch for the parasite's presence. Then act with accuracy and haste.
Huh?
Okay. Okay.
Whoa.
Charlie, just hold on.
What the frick?
This is it, Charlie. Hold on. Hold on.
The host is free of parasites, but further contamination is likely. 89% accuracy prediction.
Yeah. I think I'm infected too.
Mac.
I'm here.
There's a
darling.
giant hole there.
You're okay.
I don't think she's okay.
So sorry. So sorry.
No.
I don't.
No. No. Don't.
Caused all of this.
Oh, just
No.
screwed up just to
Be
see what the
quiet.
death scene is?
Be quiet.
Lied to you. Made us come here.
Charlie.
I'm so sorry. So sorry. Can't be forgiven.
They let you hear her. What else could you do?
The female needs immediate medical attention.
What was with that maze, though? I think I screwed up that maze or something. I'm actually not sure.
Unacceptable.
For once, we're on the same page. We're gonna get you out of here, Charlie. Need to put the escape suit on you, though. It'll hold you together.
Is
Hold
that
you
how the suit
together.
works?
Mac.
I got you. I got you.
Mac.
Chapter 5. Yeah, so chapter 3 just was insanely long. But Moses. But he's infected too, but just... Oh, I don't know. I guess we can just zap him later, right?
How are we going to get out of here?
We must escape this place. We must find and exit this safe so we can end our lives.
I haven't seen anything like that. I mean, back the way we came, but most of those entrances are collapsed now.
We must move ahead while there is still time. 95% accuracy prediction.
Well, he's pretty sure we'll make it, so we'll be fine.
This place is a maze.
I detect primitive vocalizations in the distance.
Me too. That's a different place than where I came from.
Precisely. There is no going back.
But we don't know what's ahead.
Access to the sea. 71% accuracy prediction.
You've never been here. How can you know that?
Analyzing harmonic dissonances projected from the voices allows me to gauge the density and distance of the various structures it's reflecting.
Oh, okay, I get it. You're really fucking smart.
I am
Newman.
Yeah, I know. So what do we do?
He's Newman.
I can calculate a directional flow through the crypts, using the sound from the vocalizations as an end goal. We must follow the paths I indicate. Do you see the indicator?
I do.
Follow it.
Let's go. Where the hell's the Moses?
The automaton is a fascinating creature, brother, and certainly helpful. It makes navigating the maze almost too easy.
After everything we've been through, I'm down for a little easy.
Clearly not understood. Repeat.
Yeah, ignore me. Just talking to the voice in my head, no big deal.
11% accuracy prediction.
A pathfinder and a skeptic? I like this being.
He doesn't believe there's a voice in his head.
Harmonics being analyzed. Directions updated.
Oh,
Hold on, baby, hold on.
Do not falter, brother. You are closer with every step, closer to salvation.
I don't know, the Russian...
Harmonics reanalyzed. Directions updated. Do not stray from the navigation path.
I heard you the first time.
What happens if I do? I don't think I can, because it's only give me one little blue thingy. Unless the game just...
Reanalyzed. Directions updated.
Unless the game decides to suddenly change how it works at the last second, which would be rude.
Is this it? Are we fucking out?
You have exited the maze, and the source of the chanting is very close.
Yeah, that's what worries me.
It should, brother, it should.
What is it? What are they doing?
Celebrating. The ascension is finally near.
With whom are you speaking?
You mean... Wait. The prophecy thing? Returning to the surface, all of that?
Yes, brother, the time has come. Though certainly not in the way they expected. We must hurry.
Posit. Non-digital communication method. 89% accuracy prediction. Posit. Communication method unique to this environment. 71% accuracy prediction.
It's a long story. I'll tell you if there's time. We have to keep going.
Accuracy prediction 100%. The female will expire soon.
We got the parasites out. I mean, I guess just full of holes, but... you know... Whoa!
There's even more of them now.
They worship with a fervor, brother. They will kill you with the same.
Access to the sea lies within that far structure. 89% accuracy prediction.
The lighthouse, the automaton is correct. At its top are methods to eject objects into the water.
How the hell are we gonna get there? Those things down there will kill us the moment they see us.
Come to me, brother. I will reveal everything. The light, the dark. Take the bridge. Find me.
Bridge? What bridge? Oh, I'm up here. I had to figure out what was happening. Jeebus?
What? Wait, this isn't... my head.
Welcome, brother.
What the hell?
Finally, we stand before each other. Men...
The Russian guy had...
sinners.
Turned into Jeebus.
My appearance bothers you, brother? It is the most righteous of symbols, a vision of truth.
Why is this, am I dead?
Far from it, brother. You have much to do. You will be my messenger, my redemption.
I don't know.
I don't understand. How can...
Velez gives the last glimmers of my consciousness. Time is short, brother. Come closer.
I don't think I trust it. Well, I definitely don't, but whatever. Don't got anywhere else to go, I guess.
When it began, when I awoke, I thought this was hell. St. John of the Cross said all men have one. All men live it. Perhaps you know a little of what he spoke, brother.
More than a little.
Listen closely. Time is short. The ritual you observed outside has happened only one other time, when my ship first arrived. We were marooned here. We learned the truth of this place and its people. They were marooned too, much longer ago. Their sole focus was to return, to ascend back to the surface. We stopped it then. We gave everything. We died.
Oh, they saved the world. Sort of.
All but me.
Wait, I don't...
I watched my men die. Watched them commit horrible sins. Their souls are damned, and the fault is mine. We saved so many above, but God will not see it that way. For God, there are no, how do you say, gray areas. My flock here is in their death throes. They would have died soon if not for the intrusion of your people. That, too, is my fault in its way.
What do you mean?
It was our distress signal that attracted the attention of your people. It is how we were found.
This is the captain of the Russian
Too late
submarine.
to help my crew, but just in time to reinvigorate my flock. They are filled with passion now and purpose. They are not primitive. They understand your machines, and the giant one your people attached to the temple leads directly to the surface. They have reinterpreted their prophecy. They will not return, but their spirit will. The surface will be cleansed.
They want to let loose this contagion? They want to infect the world?
A grim vision of a barren world. They will punish the old gods that betrayed them.
Cain, this thing would kill everyone.
I have done my best to inspire them, to teach them the way. But they are no more immune to the deceiver's whispers than you or I.
Caliban said they believed there was a corruption here, spiritually. Something had been introduced that changed the culture's beliefs. It was you.
No. It was the Lord, brother. I was sent here to bring His word and His light. I only wish I had been more successful. I fear I was not up to the task. They have reverted to their baser instincts, in spite of all my effort. But hope is not lost, brother. Not for true believers like you and I.
I don't believe. Those ideas are gone now. God has been disproved.
You are a believer all the same, in different things, surely, brother, but a believer. This is what matters.
Just believe something, anything.
A higher path, and the cost is high. Were it not, how should we be redeemed?
What are you saying?
You took something from my ship. I can feel it even now. An instrument of unholy fire that we will make righteous.
The warhead. The nuke?
When there is only one path, brother. And that path must be holy. You and I can end this suffering now. For them, us, anyone left alive here.
Otherwise,
I pray to Father
the
Corporation.
surface, it all dies.
Yes, a hard path, brother. But we will be redeemed by walking it.
Wait, I have to reach the lighthouse first. I have to save Charlie.
Are we bargaining then, brother?
The others. The ones outside. They're under your control.
Control. Influence is a better word. They accepted my faith at first, but they grow weary of it.
Make them leave. Clear a path for me, and I'll give you the warhead. Let me reach the lighthouse before you detonate it. Let me save her.
It's gonna Martin Karn.
Saved so few here. The ideal of bringing just one to salvation is... Yes, brother. It shall be. But there will not be time enough for your salvation, I'm afraid.
I understand.
I sense we have much in common, brother. I wish we had more time.
Me too.
Give me the fire, brother, and I will use it.
What the frick? So that's what he actually looks like.
Seen so much. You are a stronger man than me.
This is the Russian captain.
Fire.
from the ship.
May your soul find peace, brother.
And yours.
Yeah. Why is he still alive? Probably the infection. He was infected. And then so since he entered their consciousness or whatever, then he told them about his whole religion and stuff, and they're like, oh, that's neat, and then...
They're gone.
But then they're like, wait, your religion sucks.
He kept his word.
The captain of the former Soviet craft, kept alive. Communication made possible by genetic string sequences of the contaminant. 81% accuracy prediction.
He's so smart. Well, you better be right about the lighthouse. You better be right that I can save her.
Saving her means saving me. I am right. 100% accuracy prediction.
The problem is, we save her, but he's still there. Like, oh. So does it really save her? Because Newman's attached to her. I think I'm getting the bad ending.
Fascinating. The most advanced room yet. Not such primitives could construct a vestibule of this sort.
I don't care. Where am I putting her?
Any of the infusion pods along the wall.
Therefore, injecting stuff into the ocean?
91% accuracy prediction.
Hold on, Charlie.
This isn't their first game.
Hold on.
I mean, this is a series that has 3 games in it.
This isn't working. What's the problem?
The protection pods are disabled. My colleague they have not worked for some time.
You lied to me. You told me we could get her out. That we could save her.
I collated with a 71% accuracy prediction.
Fuck your percentages. She's going to die now. And so are you.
These pods are not the only method by which she could be deposited into the sea.
What are you talking about?
Let's break the window.
One choice. You must decompress this edifice. Explosively. 95% accuracy prediction.
Blow it open, you mean?
Correct. The transparent walls are stronger than glass, but they are not unbreakable.
Oh, Kane. You were right, darling. All calm beneath.
Do what must be done. You are wasting time.
I know. I know. That recording that Charlie played before. Of hope. It's on her plug suit, isn't it?
This is irrelevant.
Play it.
This is irrelevant.
Not for me. Not for her. Play it.
Can you tell me your name? Try and remember your...
Hope.
That's wonderful. That's very good. Yes, your name is Hope.
Hope.
What's the last thing you remember, Hope? The very last thing. Can you tell me? Can you remember?
The beach. Moses.
What about the beach, Hope? What happened at the beach?
Moses... The waves grabbed him.
The waves grabbed Moses and pulled him out to sea, didn't they?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I jumped in after him. I tried to... Where's Mom and Dad? Where's Moses?
Do you miss your parents, Hope?
Where are they?
They're away right now, but they love you very much. They're going to come get you.
Moses too?
Moses too. Would you like that?
My dad lets me fish. He's teaching me how.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
you like fishing
Walter
with your dad?
White.
Uh-huh.
You want to be a fisherman when you grow up?
No.
What do you want to be, Hope?
A captain.
A captain?
And
I mean,
an
even if she isn't the
engineer.
original, she doesn't know
And
that.
someone really brave.
Wow, those are 3 really big things, aren't they? Where did those ideas come from? From people in your life? People important to you?
Yeah.
You can be all 3 of those things. Do you know that, Hope? You can be anything you want.
I know. I will.
You know what must be done. If they matter to you, you must act before it is too late. Or nothing of what you just heard will matter. 100% accuracy prediction.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why do we still have this thing?
Oh. Feels like forever since I just...
He's pulling a car, and I know.
Since I was just... still. You don't have to be sorry, Charlie. She's right. She could be anything she wants now. Thanks to you. I love you both. I love you both.
If there is
so...
any doubt, like, they had to have played Martian Gothic. They had to. I mean, maybe not, but it's just so many things. Well, that's gotta be fun. Hopefully that old Russian space, or... what do you call it? Deep sea suit thing is in good shape. It's like, wait a minute. I think she still needs a doctor. Probably. Is this going to be Kane, or is this going to be the whatever rebels? It's probably the rebel people, but... Or not rebels, but whatever they are called. I mean, I guess... There might be just another organization. Jeez. Yeah. They've made several games. It's only like 2 people too. Michelle Campbell. Her voice is very familiar. It's good. Crystal Bischoff. Wait. It's called Bischoff Brothers, but there's a third Bischoff, and you don't put her in the frickin' your company name? What the hell? What the hell, brothers? Why doesn't she get to be in the name? Why is it just the brothers? She's an in-law. Oh, she probably married in. So maybe she's the wife of one of the brothers. Those were all the characters, I think. Bear! Bear! Moses! No! Moses. What the... Hope saved Moses. I saved wait, I guess I saved him. Because he did come up to the surface, but I wonder what else could have possibly